Chapter 6:27. Xiaohoba couldn't help but tremble as he subconsciously averted his gaze, not daring to meet his gaze. Chunzong struck out with his sword. The moment his sword struck out, it was accompanied by a great momentum that could destroy anything. The Thunder Mountain breaking style, which was even more powerful, couldn't withstand it. After a slight pause, it was split apart. The Thunder Fist was split into two halves, bombarding Chunzong from both sides. The ground behind Chunzong was blasted into a ditch that was tens of meters long, and a pit that was tens of meters long was blasted out. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter as it slashed toward Xiaoho. Xiaohoba's expression changed greatly and he was extremely shocked. He discovered that his usually nimble body had become incomparably sluggish at this very moment. Moreover, he felt as heavy as a mountain. Even though he had thought of doing so, he was unable to react no matter what. He could only watch as the sword slashed at him. The trajectory of the slash was clear and carried with it an irresistible momentum that couldn't be resisted. The faces of the three transcendents from the sacred martial palace also changed drastically. Elder Zhongwu's reaction was the fastest as he immediately flicked his finger and sent out a bolt of lightning towards Chunzong's sword. Wherever the bolt of lightning passed, the void was torn apart and even the ground was affected by it, creating a ghastly sight. The power of this finger was extremely tyrannical. Not only did it want to save Xiaohoba, but it also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Chunzong to prevent future troubles. Because he was afraid. No matter what, the talent Chunzong displayed was too amazing. This kind of person had a very high chance of reaching the transcendent realm. Once he stepped into the transcendent realm, his life would undergo a transformation and he would be like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. He would be even more difficult to deal with. Xiaohoba couldn't die, otherwise, who would bear the wrath of Elder Xiaoho? With the strength of a fourth-layer human realm master and 70% of his strength in this finger attack, even if it couldn't kill a third-layer human realm master, it was enough to wound them. Dealing with a pseudo-transcendent realm master was like using a spirit artifact to kill a chicken. It was too fast, so fast that Chunzong couldn't react in time. The finger force pierced through the air and struck the Heavenly Sun sword that was slashing towards Chunzong. An incomparably powerful and terrifying force erupted, intending to shatter the Heavenly Sun sword and transmit it to Chunzong's arm and body, destroying Chunzong's body with the astonishing force contained within. With a buzzing sound, the image of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda appeared around Chunzong's body, and an invisible energy wave instantly permeated the Heavenly Sun sword. The incomparably tyrannical lightning energy only managed to release a sliver of its astonishing power before it was completely neutralized. The Heavenly Sun sword was also slightly affected and deviated. Instinctively, Xiaohoba seized the fleeting opportunity and immediately moved his body with all his might to avoid Chunzong's fatal strike. Chunzong's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were as deep and serene as ever, causing Xiaohoba's heart to palpitate for no reason. The slight deviation of the sword didn't affect Chunzong much. Taking advantage of the situation, everything was under his control. The sword drew a subtle arc in the air, but its speed increased dramatically. The sword's edge outlined a crescent moon in the air. The crescent moon emitted a dazzling brilliance like the sun, dazzling the world. Xiaohoba was horrified, and so were the three transcendents from the sacred martial palace. The sword light cut through the air like a hot knife through butter. Under Xiaohoba's horrified expression, it cut through his neck. It was too fast. When the sword light dissipated, Xiaohoba stood quietly in place, motionless. Only the horrified expression on his face and the fear in his eyes seemed to have frozen. He reached out with difficulty and touched his neck. The moment his fingers touched his neck, he suddenly felt that his fingers were a little wet. Picking it up and looking at it, he saw a smear of red. He was dead. Xiaohoba was dead. His head was cut off by Chen Zong's sword. This genius from the sacred martial palace with a bright future and high status was killed just like that, in front of 3 transcendents from the sacred martial palace. You deserve to die. The 3 transcendent realm masters went berserk. Their faces were like evil spirits as they roared and attacked one after another. Lightning bolts raged and destroyed everything in their path. Xian Wu Xing and Nan Mingshan hurriedly retreated at full speed, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. With 3 transcendents attacking, Chen Zong was dead for sure. Not even his bones would be left. Unexpectedly, the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower appeared again. When the attacks of the 3 transcendents approached Chen Zong's body and came into contact with the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower, they disappeared like a gentle breeze, unable to cause any damage to Chen Zong. Chen Zong finally confirmed that not only were first-layer mortal realm cultivators unable to hurt him, even those above the first layer of the mortal realm couldn't hurt him. If that was the case, Chen Zong's deep and gloomy eyes fell directly on Nan Mingshan. Nan Mingshan, who was retreating 1,000 meters away, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. When he saw Chen Zong's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Immediately, the long saber on his back flew up, its blade emitting a dazzling light as it flashed through the air. With the saber in his hand, Nan Mingshan's eyes became even colder and sharper. The aura around his body was like an invisible saber. Kill! Without hesitation, Nan Mingshan's saber slashed through the air towards Chen Zong. Nan Mingshan's nickname was Void Slashing Saber. Every slash of his seemed to be able to cut through the sky, hence his name. Chen Zong killed Xiaoba, but Nan Mingshan was confident that he could also kill Xiaoba, so he wasn't afraid. As for why Chen Zong could withstand the attacks of transcendence without suffering any damage, it should be related to the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower. As Nan Mingshan's saber slashed through the air, Chen Zong closed in like a gust of wind and swung his sword. As the sword and saber collided, Nan Mingshan held the saber with both hands and slashed out hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, covering and devouring Chen Zong. Before the hundreds of slashes disappeared, Nan Mingshan raised his saber and the hundreds of slashes merged into one, transforming into a 10-meter-long giant saber that was suffused with a silver halo. It was extremely sharp and slashed down directly. This saber split the sky in front of him, leaving a black mark. The terrifying saber pressure caused the ground below to split open, revealing a several 100-meter-long saber mark. Without dodging, Chen Zong raised his sword. Under the half-step sword force, it was as if the world was moving with it. It was extremely heavy and domineering. As the sword slashed out, it was as if the world around it was lifted up. The 10-meter-long giant saber shattered and turned into countless saber lights, turning the air into a sieve. Immediately after, the sword that was lifted up also tapped lightly, like a white crane nodding its head. It was a light peck, but it carried an aura that could pierce through anything. This sword was unstoppable. Nan Mingshan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. The air-slashing saber was endless, and the saber lights were endless. He wanted to block Chen Zong's attack, but under this sword, the saber lights were shattered and could not be blocked. This sword struck directly between Nan Mingshan's eyebrows. The terrifying void sword force pierced through Nan Mingshan's brain and crushed it directly. Nan Mingshan's arms hung down, and there was a dark red spot between his eyebrows. His face was filled with shock, and there was a trace of fear that he did not have time to show in his eyes. This kind of power was clearly stronger than when he was fighting with Xiaoba. After killing Nan Mingshan, Chen Zong did not stop. He stabbed out with his sword, and his body and sword became one. The dazzling sword light pierced through the sky and attacked Xian Wuxing. Xian Wuxing's eyes became deeper and darker, and a strange shade of red appeared on his pale face. His pale and slender fingers trembled, and the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. As the eerie sword light rippled, there was a roar that sounded like the roar of a demon from hell. A chilly wind blew, and the surrounding air became even colder, as if it was plated with a layer of black light. Even the sunlight was distorted. Ghost sword. The eerie sword trembled, and the sword light pierced through the air. Countless sword shadows surrounded the surroundings, and it was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. The countless sword shadows faintly formed a distorted ghost face, as if it came from hell and wanted to devour people's souls. The ghost face brought about a gust of chilly wind, and its aura was even more shocking. No wonder he was ranked fourth on the Heaven Ascension list. The moment he attacked, he showed the difference between him and Nan Mingshan and Xiahou Ba. This kind of power was very close to a 9-star battle power. He was sure that Xian Wuxing would become a Grandmaster-level expert soon. With a light tap of his sword, he struck a few spots on the ghost face. The ghost face distorted and shattered. Countless sword shadows shot towards Chen Zong like locusts from hell, but they were all shattered by Chen Zong's sword. Xian Wuxing's eyes became even deeper, and he executed the ghost prison sword technique. Ghostly qi filled the air, and countless distorted and hideous ghost faces floated in the chilly wind. They were like demons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Those with weaker willpower were scared out of their wit. However, this did not affect Chen Zong at all. His eyes shone, and through the hideous ghost faces, he stared directly at Xian Wuxing's face. It was as if his gaze was going to pierce into Xian Wuxing's eyes, and Xian Wuxing was secretly shocked. With his power and willpower, he actually felt uneasy because of Xian Wuxing's gaze. Ghost King's Roar. It was an ultimate move, and the sword light turned into a huge ghost face. That ghost face was not only hideous, but also extremely majestic, as if it covered the sky. Immediately, it opened its mouth and roared. The chilly wind howled, and as if the gates of hell had opened, the bone-eroding chilly wind rushed towards Chen Zong. Before it reached him, the ground would be corroded and disappear. Chen Zong's expression was slightly serious. The power of this sword was very terrifying, and it barely reached the beginner 9-star level. This was already the threshold of the Grandmaster level. However, it was still not enough. Under the half-step sword momentum, the sword slashed out. The power of the void sword force was fully displayed, and the true meaning of the sword edge was contained in it. The bone-eroding chilly wind was split open, and the huge ghost face was also split open. Nothing could stop Chen Zong's sword. Xian Wuxing was extremely shocked. The chilly wind swirled, and his body disappeared from where he was, avoiding Chen Zong's sword. The chilly wind howled and shot down from the sky. Thousands of chilly sword lights attacked together. Boom! 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 Chen Zong was directly engulfed by the thousands of sword lights. The area within a radius of dozens of meters was crazily ravaged. However, Xian Wuxing's heart could not help but tremble. He saw a cross-sword light that shone brightly and shattered the thousands of sword shadows. From the bottom to the top, it was as if the sky was split into 4. Heaven and earth. The shocking sword pressure exceeded the limit under the half-step sword momentum. Xian Wuxing felt that he was imprisoned in mid-air. Even if he exploded with all his power, he could not move. He could only watch the cross-sword light coming towards him. Escape! As he shouted, a black light spread out. It wrapped around Xian Wuxing's body, and he disappeared instantly. That was the power of a secret treasure. The reward that Xian Wuxing received when he made it to the 9th level of the Sky Tower was a secret treasure that could help him escape. The cross-sword light rushed into the sky, but Xian Wuxing appeared a few hundred meters away. He used his movement technique and left without looking back. You can't escape. Xian Wuxing was fast, but Chen Zong was even faster. He became one with his sword and pierced through the air. Under the true meaning of the sword, nothing could stop it. Chapter 628. Thank you, fellow brothers, for your support. Please continue to support me, he. It was too fast. In just a few breaths of time, Xiahou Ba had died, followed by Nan Mingshan, and finally Ghost Sword Xin Wu Xing, killing 3 geniuses on the Heaven Ascension list in a row. Not only were the 3 transcendents of the sacred martial palace stunned, but the cultivators 1,000 meters away were also stunned, all of them staring at Chen Zong in shock. After killing 3 people in a row, Chen Zong's aura had reached its peak, as if it could pierce through the sky. Immediately, Chen Zong's gaze shifted from Xin Wu Xing, who was lying on the ground, to a transcendent realm master of the sacred martial palace. It was none other than Elder Zhong Wu. Chen Zong's deep and lonely eyes caused Elder Zhong Wu to involuntarily tremble, and his heart seemed to contract in an instant. He was a dignified transcendent, a 4th-layer mortal realm master. How could he be frightened by the gaze of a pseudo-transcendent? It must be an illusion. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a sword light pierce through the air, rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes, carrying with it the power of heaven and earth. You dare attack me? Elder Zhong Wu was stunned at first, then became furious. A trivial pseudo-transcendent ant. Not only did he not tremble in fear in front of him, he even dared to attack him. He was simply courting death. In a fit of anger, Elder Zhong Wu attacked again. Pointing his finger, lightning energy tore through the sky, shattering the air and creating ripples of shockwave. Chen Zong didn't dodge. In fact, in front of a 4th-layer mortal realm master, Chen Zong didn't have time to dodge. The moment the lightning energy hit Chen Zong, the pagoda phantom appeared and the lightning energy disappeared, unable to cause any damage to Chen Zong. A sword pierced through the air, but Elder Zhong Wu's figure flashed and easily avoided it. In terms of martial Dao, Chen Zong was indeed superior to his opponent, but unfortunately, there was a huge gap between their cultivation and strength. In terms of speed, Chen Zong was far inferior to his opponent. In the distance, the crowd was even more shocked. A transcendent actually took the initiative to attack. They didn't know how to describe it. Horrifying, it was really too horrifying. There was also an indescribable excitement that made everyone tremble uncontrollably. Chen Zong had expected that his sword would miss. Otherwise, if he had been stabbed, it would have been either because his opponent was willing to do so, or because the 4th tier of the mortal realm was just too useless. How was that possible? Chen Zong did not turn around. Instead, his sword suddenly sped up and pierced towards one of the extreme level 1 mortal realm disciples. With the protection of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda's shadow, it was natural for him to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the other party as much as possible. The 2 extreme level 1s of the mortal realm were also taken aback. They didn't expect Chen Zong to attack them. However, they didn't make a move because they knew that even if they did, they couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Therefore, they simply dodged. The speed of someone at the 1st level of the extreme mortal realm was also extremely fast. Chen Zong's sword once again missed. The faces of the 3 extreme mortal realm warriors from the sacred martial palace were extremely gloomy. Their eyes seemed to contain countless bolts of lightning and were filled with a destructive aura. It was as if they wanted to kill Chen Zong with their gazes. Chen Zong stared back at them without fear. Honestly speaking, he wasn't a match for a transcendent. However, because of the Heaven Ascension Tower's phantom image, they couldn't do anything to him. Chen Zong was even clear that if he was close enough, he might have a chance to kill a transcendent. After all, after he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his pseudo-spirit energy alone was able to reach the strength of an early 8-star. When he used the Nihility Sword Force, his strength was even closer to the strength of an early 9-star. If he used half-step Sword Force, he could barely reach the strength of an early 9-star. Coupled with the power of a minor true meaning, he could steadily step into the early 9-star realm. This meant that his battle strength had reached the level of a martial scholar. Not only did his battle strength increase, but his speed also increased. Unfortunately, These 3 extreme-level humans wouldn't let him get close to them, so there was no possibility of him killing them. However, when the crowd saw that the 3 extreme-level humans could only dodge Chen Zong's dual swords, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. "You transcendents only know how to run like rats under the swords of a little cultivator like me?" Chen Zong said. His words seemed to be sharper than the 2 swords in his hands, directly piercing into the hearts of the 3 transcendents from the sacred martial palace. Their faces suddenly changed, their anger soared, and their killing intent soared. They couldn't wait to tear Chen Zong into 10,000 pieces. However, they also knew that Chen Zong had the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower on him. With the protection of that artifact, they couldn't do anything to him. Any artifact has a limit. I don't believe it can protect you forever. Elder Zhongwu, who was at the 4th layer of the extreme-level humans, said angrily. He stretched out his 10 fingers, and with a few light flicks, streaks of lightning shot towards Chen Zong. *chi****. The momentum was astonishing, and each streak of lightning contained a terrifying destructive force. The other 2 extreme-level humans also made their move. Lightning palms shot through the air, and giant lightning fists flew towards Chen Zong. Each strike contained at least 80% of their strength. Everyone who was 1,000 meters away felt a chill run down their spines, and had no choice but to retreat a few thousand meters. Even so, they still felt numb and trembling all over. Chen Zong didn't move, and couldn't dodge at all. He could only let the 3 transcendents from the sacred martial palace attack him. Each of the transcendents sent out over 100 strikes in a row, and only stopped when they had almost exhausted all of their strength. A large amount of world energy poured into their bodies, restoring their spirit chi, while their spirit sense also slowly recovered. Continuously bombarding Chen Zong, and ensuring that each strike was accurate, naturally consumed a portion of their spirit sense. The faces of the 3 transcendents were solemn, and their brows were tightly furrowed. Because every time their attacks hit Chen Zong, they would be blocked by the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower. Not only did they fail to injure Chen Zong, even the ground beneath Chen Zong's feet wasn't damaged in the slightest. This is impossible. Every artifact had its limit. To be able to withstand over 100 attacks from 3 paramount mortal realm masters and still remain intact, it could only be said that this artifact was too heaven-defying. For a moment, while the 3 transcendents' hearts were burning with passion, they were helpless and helpless. What should they do when faced with such a Chen Zong? For a moment, the 3 transcendents were annoyed and had a headache. They also thought of Xiaoba's death in front of them, and how they would bear the wrath of Elder Xiao. Sheathing his 2 swords, Chen Zong didn't want to waste his strength since he couldn't kill his opponents. Giving the 3 transcendents a deep look, he turned around and used his movement skill to quickly leave. Originally, Chen Zong planned to leave the Ascending Heaven domain and go to other domains to avoid the pursuit of the Sacred Martial Palace and the Xian family. But now, he decided not to leave for the time being. Because when Chen Zong broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm in the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion, he asked out of curiosity and received a response from Li Tian Emperor's incarnation. The Ascending Heaven Tower Phantom was a manifestation of part of the Ascending Heaven Tower's power. It was integrated into Chen Zong's body to protect him. According to Li Tian Emperor's incarnation, as long as Chen Zong was in the Ascending Heaven domain, even a profound Heaven Realm master wouldn't be able to break through the Ascending Heaven Tower Phantom's protection. In other words, no transcendence could cause any harm to Chen Zong in the Ascending Heaven domain, and if he left the Ascending Heaven domain, the Ascending Heaven Tower's power wouldn't be effective. With such a heaven-defying protective talisman, Chen Zong naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave the Ascending Heaven domain. Nangong family, Zhen family, Sacred Martial Palace. Since they wanted to deal with him, he would have to deal with them properly and set off a storm. Chen Zong didn't know that the 10,000 Sky Sect, a high-rank sect, was also involved. Because Void-slashing Saber, Nan Mingshan, was a disciple of the 10,000 Sky sect and had high hopes for him, but he died under Chen Zong's sword. But whether there was one less or one more, Chen Zong wasn't afraid. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Elder Zhongwu, aren't we going to chase after him? The two elders of the sacred martial palace looked at Chen Zong's departing figure and immediately asked, "Why chase after him?" Elder Zhongwu's face was gloomy. If they chased after Chen Zong but couldn't do anything to him, it would be too embarrassing. He couldn't afford to lose this kind of face. But even if they didn't chase after him, they would still have people monitor Chen Zong's every move and come up with a countermeasure. Under the horrified gazes of many people, Chen Zong left Sky Curtain Mountain and stepped into the nearest city. This city was named Sky Curtain City because it was close to Sky Curtain Mountain. The scale of Sky Curtain City couldn't be compared to Ascending Heaven City, but it wasn't inferior to cities like Hundred Battles City. In fact, it was even slightly larger. Stepping into Sky Curtain City, Chen Zong didn't enjoy the scenery of Sky Curtain City. Instead, he rented a cultivation room and started cultivating. After a cultivator broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, there would be a period of rapid improvement. This had nothing to do with the length of time, but rather with the individual's potential. Those with high potential would experience significant improvement, while those with low potential would experience slight improvement. Chen Zong believed that his potential was extraordinary, so the improvement he would experience in the future would be quite significant. Of course, the period of rapid improvement wasn't directly related to the length of time, but it couldn't be delayed for too long. It had to be about a year. If he didn't transform his potential into strength after a year, that portion of his potential would solidify again. At that time, he could only slowly cultivate and improve. The cultivation of the pseudo-transcendent realm was to use the opened acupoints to receive a trace of world energy into the body and refine and absorb it, increasing one's pseudo-spirit energy and increasing one's strength. World energy was very tyrannical. After it entered the body, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it. Pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would only be able to withstand a trace of it. After refining it, there would be a period of time where the burden on the body would be eliminated before it could continue to be absorbed. If there was a pill as an auxiliary, it would be able to speed up the elimination of the burden and better absorb world energy for cultivation. The other type of pill was even more amazing. It contained a pure and gentle world energy. After directly entering the body, it would be easier to absorb it and wouldn't put too much of a burden on the body. It could be taken continuously and improve one's cultivation faster. However, this kind of pill wasn't easy to refine. It required spirit herbs as the main ingredient. Spirit herbs were transcendent level treasures and were precious even to extreme mortal realm masters. How could they be refined into pills suitable for pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators? That would be a waste of heaven's treasures. The third type was to directly absorb the pure world energy contained in a pseudo-spirit source. Therefore, even if it was a high-rank sect, the auxiliary pills they used would often be the first type, followed by the second type. After all, pseudo-spirit source was also a precious currency. Chapter 629. There were many palaces in the Saint Martial Mountain, divided into 4 directions. In the sky above a palace in the north, thick dark clouds appeared out of thin air and gathered from all directions. Fierce winds blew and storms swept in all directions. In less than 10 breaths of time, incomparably thick dark clouds rolled over and occupied the sky above the palace. It was like a lead mountain that was about to fall and suppress the earth. Bolts of scarlet lightning began to form in the clouds. They looked like dragons dancing in the dark clouds, emitting an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The aura spread out in a mighty manner and covered the entire Saint Martial Mountain. Even the surroundings of the Saint Martial Mountain were affected. The demon beasts in the mountain kept quiet out of fear. In the darkness of the western palace, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up, as if thousands of strong winds were howling. It was as if a storm was in control of the world. Old Ghost Yuan's aura has become stronger. The voice was as fleeting as the wind, then it went silent. At the center of the eastern palace was the sect master's hall. The palace master and a group of elders were present in the hall. They all looked up at the sky outside the palace, as if they could see the dark clouds above the northern palace, pressing down on them. Elder Xiahou has become even stronger after his seclusion. The palace master of the Saint Martial Palace sat high up in the main seat, as if he was sitting on clouds. The clouds around him didn't disperse for a long time, making it impossible to see his face clearly. His voice was as soft as the clouds, but when it fell into the ears, it seemed as if a single word had many tones. It was very mysterious. The elders in the hall all had a serious expression, with some fear in their eyes. The Saint Martial Palace was divided into 3 branches. On the surface, the palace master's branch was the strongest, but in reality, the other 2 branches weren't that much weaker. They were only slightly weaker, and held important positions in the entire palace. In a situation where the Grand Elders didn't care and the Forefather didn't appear, the palace master had to pay attention to the other 2 branches. The slightest carelessness could result in him being removed from the palace master's position. Therefore, the stronger the leaders of the other 2 branches were, the better for the palace master's branch, but it wasn't good for the palace master's branch. The incomparably thick dark clouds suddenly spun downwards, as if they had turned into an incomparably huge awl. Countless scarlet lightning bolts followed the spinning dark clouds downwards, emitting a power that could destroy the heavens and earth as they swam downwards. Red thunder of destruction. From the looks of it, Patriarch seems to have truly grasped the extreme breaking red lightning. The transcendent realm masters around the palace were all pleasantly surprised. The extreme breaking red lightning was a power that belonged to heaven and earth. However, humans could also control it. It was just that it was very, very difficult. In short, one needed sufficient luck and astonishing willpower. Otherwise, not only would one be unable to grasp the extreme obliteration red lightning, one would even be turned into ashes by its terrifying might. When the extreme breaking red lightning and the dark clouds followed by the all fell, a figure soared into the sky from the palace. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. The fist collided with the low-hanging dark clouds. After a slight pause, the entire space seemed to have solidified. Immediately, an earth-shaking and deafening roar resounded across the world. A black ripple mixed with spots of scarlet lightning spread in the most barbaric manner. It was as though it had forcefully cut the world into 2, giving one the feeling that the world had been completely separated. In the next breath, under the incomparably astonished gazes of everyone, the low-hanging dark clouds disintegrated inch by inch and turned into powder. The terrifying scarlet fist energy soared into the sky. Not only did it shatter the layers of dark clouds, it even pierced through them in the end. Hong long long. The fist energy exploded and swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, all the dark clouds were dissolved into nothingness. The clear blue sky seemed even cleaner and purer than the distant sky. A figure surrounded by finger-thick scarlet lightning arcs stood between the heavens and the earth, like a king of thunder. After a few breaths, the figure slowly descended. The scarlet lightning arcs that surrounded him also withdrew into his body. It was an old man wearing a purple robe with countless red lightning patterns on it. He had a dignified appearance. His eyes were deep and contained a hint of dominance. "Greetings, Patriarch." The group of paramount realm masters bowed and saluted. Xiahou Yuan, one of the upper martial elders of the sacred palace. He could be said to be one of the top people below the grand elders. Vaguely, he was on par with the palace master and was the patriarch of the Xiahou family. Therefore, the people of the Xiahou bloodline would address him as an elder in public. If they were in private, they would address him as patriarch. Where are Barengener? Xiahou Yuan's voice was filled with authority. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The two young masters. A 7th-level Paramount Realm Master spoke with difficulty, but he couldn't continue. The others lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Xiahou Yuan. Speak. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart as Xiahou Yuan's expression sank. It was as if dark clouds were gathering before a storm. He let out a thunderous roar as his robes fluttered despite the lack of wind, revealing a terrifying aura. The two young masters are dead. Just as he finished speaking, the 7th-level Paramount Realm Master felt a heavy pressure on his body. He couldn't move. The terrifying aura wreaked havoc, as if it wanted to destroy him. His scalp tingled and he was horrified. He was afraid that he would be killed by Xiahou Yuan's palm. When Xiahou Yuan heard the news, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He hoped that it was a joke, but when he saw the reactions of the Paramount Realm Masters, he knew that it was true. Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen were dead. Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen had great talent and potential. Xiahou Yuan had high hopes for them and focused on nurturing them. Many people in the Ascending Heaven region knew of Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen's identities. Even if there was a conflict, they would not kill them. As long as they didn't kill, Xiahou Yuan would not pursue the matter even if the two were injured. He believed that if warriors wanted to grow, they had to experience all kinds of tribulations and setbacks. Only then could they develop a tenacious and superhuman will. It was best if they could experience life and death situations. However, life and death situations were too terrifying. Once they died, they would be gone. But now, Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen were dead. How did they die? Xiahou Yuan's voice was extremely cold. It was as cold as ice, sending chills down one's spine. If Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen had overestimated themselves by provoking transcendence and were killed, Xiahou Yuan would avenge them. However, if Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen had entered a dangerous place and died, there was nothing Xiahou Yuan could do no matter how furious he was. They were killed by someone. When he said that, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength and was about to collapse. An even more terrifying aura slammed into his body, seemingly shattering his bones. Who? His voice was like thunder as his eyes emitted endless scarlet lightning. With a rumble, terrifying thunder boomed in the sky, shaking the world. It's Chernzong. It's Chernzong who killed the two young masters. The moment he opened his mouth, he quickly recounted everything that had happened. The more he spoke, the uglier Xiahou Yuan's expression became. Chernzong was originally a disciple from a small sect in the Dragon Reflection region. He was the kind that had been banished. Yet, he had the strength to kill Xiahou Zhen. Following that, Xiahou Yuan was astonished. He had reached the 10th level of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda. He had even obtained a secret treasure that could render a limitless mortal powerless. He had even entered the cave abode left behind by Martial King Chaotic Heaven. In a few days, he had broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm and possessed a terrifying combat strength that was suspected to be in the Grandmaster realm. Only then did he kill Xiahou Ba, Nan Mingshan, and Xian Wuxing. Xiahou Yuan was enraged. He felt as though he was listening to a story, a legend. How was that possible? He had lived for so long, a few hundred years, but such a matter was unheard of. It was like a legend. However, such matters could be investigated, especially since many of the matters involved paramount mortals from the Xiahou lineage. They had personally witnessed and experienced it. They would definitely not dare fabricate any lies to deceive him, nor would they distort the facts. The only explanation was that Chernzong had astonishing talent that no one could match. Or perhaps, he had obtained some offensive artifact left behind by Martial King Chaotic Heaven in the Chaos Heaven cave abode, allowing him to possess such strength. Regardless of which reason it was, he had killed Xiaoba and Xiaojun. Only death awaited him. It has been a long time since this old man has personally taken action. Xiahou Yuan was silent for a moment before all his anger disappeared. He then opened his mouth to speak, but his words caused the faces of the extreme mortal stage fighters to change drastically. Xiahou Yuan's reputation was built from killing. Since 50 years ago, he had not personally taken action. However, his astonishing reputation was still the same. Now, in order to avenge his grandchildren, he had decided to personally take action. Find out the whereabouts of Chenzong. Gather all the pseudo-transcendents from my family and follow me. Xiahou Yuan said decisively. No one could refute his decision. Xiahou Yuan had originally planned to take action himself. However, when he thought of what others had said before, that even the attacks of a fourth-layer mortal realm expert would be ineffective against Chenzong and would be destroyed by the Heaven Ascension Tower Phantom, he was worried that his own attacks would be the same. Xiahou Yuan was a person who did things with finesse. That was why he had gathered so many pseudo-transcendents from the Xiahou lineage. If his own attacks could not do anything to Chenzong, he could have the pseudo-transcendents take action and capture Chenzong alive. Firstly, it was to avenge his 2 grandchildren. Secondly, it was to seize the treasures on Chenzong's body and claim them as his own. Xiahou Yuan acted swiftly and decisively. He immediately gathered all the pseudo-transcendents from the Xiahou lineage. There were more than 20 of them, including some martial grandmasters. They rode on 9th-grade monster beasts and left Saint Martial Mountain. What is Elder Xiahou Yuan planning to do? Not only did he come out personally, but he also brought more than 20 pseudo-transcendents with him. What is he planning? Xiahou Yuan's actions were noticed by the people from the other 2 lineages of Saint Martial Palace. They were all shocked. One had to know that Xiahou Yuan had not left Saint Martial Mountain for many years. What had happened today that would not only make Xiahou Yuan come out personally, but also bring a group of pseudo-transcendents with him? This was also what they did not understand. With Xiahou Yuan's strength, how could a group of pseudo-transcendents be of any help? If he wanted to bring someone, it should be the paramount mortals. Investigate. Chapter 630. 6 Tao Tribulations. Cheer me on. That Chenzong is in Skylight City. Ming Hao, go and bring him back. Use his blood as a sacrifice to Wu Xing. The old voice was sharp enough to tear the heavens and earth apart as it resounded in all directions. Yes. Xian Ming Hao quickly left the Xian clan and rushed towards Skylight City. Xian Ming Hao was a 5th-layer extreme mortal realm master. The 3 transcendent realm masters of the Martial Saint Palace didn't spread the news that Chenzong wasn't afraid of attacks from paramount human realm masters. Instead, they chose to keep it a secret, so only the masters of the Martial Saint Palace knew about it. Not only did the Xian clan move, but the 10,000 Sky sect also moved. Nan Mingde was an elder of the 10,000 Sky sect and Nan Mingshan's master. Nan Mingshan was an orphan who was picked up by Nan Mingde and given the name Nan Mingshan. He raised him and taught him cultivation. Nan Mingde was very proud of him. He was dead, but now he was killed. This made Nan Mingde extremely angry and sad. They were master and disciple in name, but they were more like father and son. Chenzong, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Nan Mingde carried a long saber on his back and left the Wan Tian sect for Skylight City with a murderous aura. With Elder Nan personally taking action, it will be a piece of cake. The other members of the 10,000 Sky sect all had the same thought. They did not know that even if Nan Mingde personally took action, he would not be able to do anything to Chenzong. In a cultivation room in Skylight City, Chenzong opened his Tianding acupoint and Di Yuan acupoint. The 2 acupoints corresponded to the top of his head and the center of his feet, connecting the heavens and earth. He guided a trace of world energy into his body and started circulating it. Chen Zong used the unhindered true force to move the energy, but he found that it was a little difficult. There was no choice. The great Zongheng true power was a technique to cultivate true power, and the false spirit power was different from true power. It was a type of power that was higher than true power. Using the great Zongheng true power technique to move the false spirit power was like an old bull dragging a heavy cart. As Chen Zong ran his cultivation method, the wisp of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that entered his body also ran along with it. Slowly, it was refined by Chen Zong, increasing his cultivation and strengthening his pseudo-spiritual force. The quantity and quality of one's pseudo-spiritual energy was closely related to the true power before the metamorphosis. The purer and more majestic the true power, the more the pseudo-spiritual energy would be the same after the metamorphosis. Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the 10th level of the true martial realm. The amount of true force in his body was at least 10 times more than that of an ordinary true martial realm martial artist, and its purity was also 10 times more than that of an ordinary true martial realm martial artist. After the transformation, his false spiritual energy was naturally very terrifying. That was why he suddenly had the battle strength of an early 8-star martial artist. The more powerful the pseudo-spiritual energy was, the more terrifying it would be, but at the same time, it would be more difficult to increase one's cultivation. In order to increase one's cultivation, one would need to refine more spiritual energy. As the wisp of spiritual qi of heaven and earth entered his body, the 2 apertures were sealed again. Under the circulation of the pseudo-spiritual energy, his physique was affected and subtly changed. Chen Zong's body tempering was brilliant, so he could draw in more spiritual qi of heaven and earth each time compared to ordinary pseudo-transcendence, and the time it took to eliminate the burden was also shorter. This was an advantage. Coupled with the use of pills, he could draw in spiritual qi of heaven and earth twice a day, which was even better than Xiahou Ba. Every wisp of spiritual qi of heaven and earth contained rich power. After refining and absorbing it, the improvement was quite significant. Chen Zong could feel himself improving every day. What a pity! If I could get a pseudo-transcendent cultivation method, my cultivation speed would be even faster. Chen Zong thought to himself. However, pseudo-spiritual arts suitable for pseudo-transcendence were more than 10 times rarer than pseudo-lingwu. They were often controlled by various great forces and were rarely circulated in the outside world. If one wanted to get one, they either had to join those great forces or rely on luck. The majority of rogue pseudo-transcendents did not have a pseudo-spiritual art. Only a few who had a fortuitous encounter had one, but they all hid it. Drawing in spiritual qi of heaven and earth twice a day to refine and absorb it added up to only 4 hours. There was still a lot of time left, so Chen Zong naturally did not want to waste it. The cultivation of the change of will had reached its limit. Without a proper cultivation method, he could not continue. Chen Zong turned to study the minor true intent. After the transformation, not only did the quantity of his spiritual qi increase by several times, its purity had also more than doubled. Moreover, its recovery speed had also more than doubled. In other words, Chen Zong's spiritual qi had now surpassed many Grandmaster-level masters. It was enough for Chen Zong to display the power of the minor true intent dozens of times in a row. This wisp of spiritual qi of heaven and earth was finally refined by Chen Zong. After a short rest, Chen Zong began to comprehend the minor true intent. The true intent of sword could be divided into 5 minor true intents. Now Chen Zong had grasped the true intent of sword edge and true intent of sword sharpness. Now, he was comprehending the true intent of sword speed. Comprehending the 5 minor true intents from the fleeting sword wall had left traces in Chen Zong's consciousness. Thus, comprehending them was smoother than other cultivators. However, grasping the minor true intent would invisibly put a burden on one's spiritual chi. Previously, after comprehending the true intent of sword edge, true intent of sword sharpness, and true intent of water flow, he had to bear a certain burden, and his comprehension speed had sharply decreased. Now that he had broken through, his spiritual chi had transformed and become stronger. The original burden seemed insignificant. After a few days of comprehension, Chernzong felt that he had vaguely grasped the true intent of sword speed. In the darkness, a strange feeling pervaded. Without any movement, the sword light suddenly pierced through the air. When the sword light dissipated, the sword was still in its scabbard. Chernzong's hand was naturally placed to the side, as if he had not moved at all. The sword light was just an illusion. However, there was a trace of scorching heat in the air. It was a reaction caused by the friction between the speed of the sword and the air. Following that, there was a soft sound of the sword being unsheathed and the sharp sound of the sword piercing through the air. This sword had surpassed the speed of sound. Under the true intent of sword speed, the speed of drawing and unsheathing the sword has increased by at least 30%, surpassing the speed of sound. Chernzong thought to himself. There was a hint of joy between his brows. When I completely grasp the true intent of sword speed, it will increase by at least 50%. Chernzong's sword unsheathing speed was already very fast, enough to surpass many master-level experts. Under the situation of increasing it by 50%, it would be even more terrifying. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, his battle strength increased, so would his sword unsheathing speed. Under the increase, it would be even more shocking. At this point, Chernzong had grasped 4 minor true intent. Like the Conqueror sect, he had one less than the Black Sword sect. If I meet the Conqueror sect again, Chernzong thought for a moment and revealed a cold smile. That day, the Conqueror sect wanted to kill him. Chernzong remembered this grudge in his heart. After comprehending the true intent of sword speed and consolidating it for a while, Chernzong took out a handwritten letter. It was something he had found in Xiaoba's mustard seed bag. This handwritten letter was neither a secret art nor a martial art, but to Chernzong, it was more important than a secret art or a martial art. This was because it was a cultivation handbook, a book of the cultivation experience of the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was obvious that it was not written by Xiaoba, but rather obtained by him. Chernzong had already read it once. Although he had memorized all the contents, the feeling of holding the book and comprehending it while reading it was even more wonderful. Chernzong lacked a master, and the time he had spent in the unhindered sword sect was relatively short. He had always been exploring cultivation on his own. Back then, the pseudo-transcendent realm was quite far away from him, so Chernzong had not deliberately tried to understand it. Now that he had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm and read the records in this handwritten letter, he clearly understood the difference between the pseudo-transcendent realm and the true martial realm. The pseudo-transcendent realm was the transition from a mortal to a heavenly being. The transformation of one's spiritual energy was not something that could be achieved overnight. Rather, there was an obvious transformation when one broke through, followed by a subtle improvement. Therefore, Chernzong's spiritual energy could continue to grow. His body would also be affected by the pseudo-spirit chi, undergoing subtle changes that would eventually lead to a qualitative change, allowing him to adapt to the world energy. The transition period to the pseudo-transcendent realm was often relatively long, ranging from a decade to several decades. There was a lot of potential to be unearthed. Many cultivators had developed pseudo-spirit arts, pseudo-lingwu, and other martial arts that could display the strength of the pseudo-transcendent realm. In addition, once a cultivator reached the pseudo-transcendent realm, they would be able to truly comprehend and grasp minor true meanings. Chernzong, who had only reached the true martial realm and was able to grasp minor true meanings, was a rare exception. The power of minor true intent could only be truly displayed after reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was no wonder that Chen Zong had recently felt that the minor true intent he had grasped still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. The most important point was that a true pseudo-spirit martial force needed to be merged with the little true meaning in order to fully unleash its power. Or, in essence, the true purpose of creating a pseudo-spirit martial force was to unleash the power of the little true meaning. Pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators who cultivated pseudo-lingwu would also be able to comprehend and grasp minor true intent. The secret sword point star is a low-rank pseudo-lingwu, and the minor true intent suitable for it is the sword point true intent. Chen Zong thought, as for the secret sword dragon sparrow, it is also a low-rank lingwu, but I don't know which minor true intent is suitable for it. Chen Zong didn't know much about minor true intents and true intents. Every sect had their own pseudo-lingwu, but not all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators were suitable to cultivate them. The pseudo-lingwu that was suitable for oneself was undoubtedly a pseudo-lingwu that was compatible with the minor true intent they had grasped. The pseudo-lingwu that was most suitable for oneself was actually created based on the minor true intent they had grasped. Chen Zong now had an idea to create a new move based on the minor true intent he had grasped. The so-called pseudo-lingwu was actually a unique move that incorporated minor true intent. The sword point star secret sword point star is suitable for the sword point true intent, so there is no need to create it myself. However, the point star style consumes a large amount of energy each time it is used, so it is not suitable. It needs to be modified to display greater power with less energy. The sword point true intent can be integrated into the world unhindered, allowing it to become a low-rank pseudo-lingwu. In addition, the sword point true intent also has great potential. It can be used to create a low-rank pseudo-lingwu, and it can also be integrated into other pseudo-lingwu to enhance the power of other pseudo-lingwu. The true intent of water flow can also be used to create a low-rank pseudo-lingwu. Chen Zong had also integrated the sword point true intent and the sword point true intent into the secret sword point star secret sword, but the integration was very rough. Chapter 631. The Seventh Day. Inside the cultivation room, Chen Zong was absorbing a trace of world energy into his body, refining and absorbing it when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Pung 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 asterisk, as if the door was about to be smashed open, the noise was like rolling thunder, disturbing Chen Zong who was cultivating. Then, the door was smashed open, the broken heavy door whistling through the air towards Chen Zong who was sitting inside the cultivation room. Although Chen Zong was cultivating, he still maintained a trace of subconscious vigilance, so when the door was smashed open, he became even more vigilant. When the broken door smashed towards him, Chen Zong immediately interrupted his cultivation and shifted his steps to avoid the bombardment of the door, but he felt a sharp pain in his body, as if he was being cut by a knife. This was the injury caused by the unrefined world energy that had lost its guidance and was rampaging through his body. Chen Zong made a prompt decision and expelled the remaining trace of world energy. The majestic vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart and his own extraordinary self-healing ability took effect, quickly healing his injuries, but Chen Zong's heart was filled with anger and murderous intent. The reason why he chose to rent the cultivation room was so that he could cultivate in peace, but now, he was disturbed, and not just by ordinary disturbances, but by directly breaking the door. If his body and mental strength were not strong enough, the injuries he suffered would have been even more serious. "Get out of here!" An even more rude and malicious voice sounded outside the broken door. Chen Zong looked over and saw several people standing outside the broken door. One of them was the owner of the cultivation room, standing respectfully to the side. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing iron armor, exuding a tyrannical pseudo-transcendent realm aura. His eyes were as fierce as a beast's as they fell on Chen Zong's face. I paid you to rent the cultivation room, and you also promised that you wouldn't be disturbed. What's going on now? Chen Zong's gaze landed on the owner of the cultivation room. He asked unhurriedly, his voice powerful and low. Humph, the Yang family doesn't need to explain anything to you. Now, get out of the cultivation room. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Faced with Chen Zong's interrogation, this person not only didn't explain anything, but instead threatened him with a malicious expression. Skylight City does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. The middle-aged man in armor spoke. His voice was low and deep, and it carried the sound of metal. However, he didn't sound aggressive when he spoke. Give me back the 10 substandard spirit sources. Chen Zong's gaze swept past the two of them and landed on the face of the manager of the cultivation room. He said word by word. Renting this cultivation room was not cheap at all. It cost 1 substandard spiritual source every 3 days. Chen Zong paid 10 substandard spiritual sources and planned to cultivate for a month. You've been in my training room for a few days, and now the door is broken, and you still want to take the spirit essence from me? I'm already being very kind by not asking you to pay for it. Why aren't you scramming? The Yang family member's eyes were cold, and his face was filled with malevolence. I'll look for you again. When the time comes, I'll pay you back 100-fold. Chen Zong said and strode out of the city. There was no such thing as love or hate for no reason. These two people had forcefully broken down the door of the cultivation room and even chased him out. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Who ordered them to do so? Perhaps the answer was outside the city. Chen Zong was fearless. His abilities had improved tremendously, and he had the ability to protect himself. When he stepped out of the city, cold gazes pierced through the sky and landed directly on him, as if they wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. When Chen Zong saw the first gaze, his whole body trembled involuntarily. His spiritual world felt as if thousands of lightning bolts were striking down. Each bolt of lightning was as red as blood, exuding a wave that could destroy everything. It was as if they wanted to destroy his spiritual sea. He felt as if he was in a lightning prison and was about to be turned into dust. The mysterious sword tip trembled, and a silver divine light spread out. The thousands of red lightning bolts instantly dissipated. Chen Zong was also dazed, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at the old man with some fear, but with the protection of the mysterious sword tip, he was no longer affected by the old man. The old man was dressed in a purple robe that was covered with red lightning runes. Each lightning rune seemed to carry astonishing power. As the robe fluttered in the wind, the lightning runes seemed to come alive, turning into red lightning bolts that wandered around. Chen Zong didn't know who this person was, but his intuition told him that this was a master, a very terrifying master. This person was Xiahou Yuan of the Sacred Martial Palace. Behind him were more than 20 pseudo-transcendents belonging to Xiahou's lineage. Each of them stared coldly at Chen Zong, causing the surrounding air to freeze. In Skylight City, the two people who had chased Chen Zong away were standing on the city wall, watching from afar. Amir Jr. dares to go against the Sacred Martial Palace. He's simply courting death. The owner of the cultivation room sneered. In contrast, the armored middle-aged man from the city lord's mansion looked a little more dignified. He was thinking more. The fact that Amir Jr. was being chased by someone from the Sacred Martial Palace spoke volumes. Moreover, he was more well-informed. This person seemed to be Chen Zong, a peerless genius who was currently in the limelight. Under normal circumstances, the city lord's mansion would choose to befriend such a peerless genius. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't make an enemy out of him. Unfortunately, the city lord's mansion in Skylight City wasn't as strong as the Sacred Martial Palace. The city lord was only at the extreme human realm, so he didn't dare to disobey. Between a peerless genius with great potential and an undefeatable force, the City Lord would naturally choose the latter. This was because when one's potential hadn't been fully transformed into strength, no matter how amazing a genius was, he wouldn't be much of a threat. After all, it didn't matter if one didn't enter the transcendent realm. Without saying a word, Xiahou Yuan directly attacked. He didn't even move, but the lightning runes on his robe seemed to light up, turning into a scarlet lightning bolt that pierced through the air and shot towards Chen Zong. It was so fast that Chen Zong didn't have time to react at all. Only a trace of scarlet remained in his eyes before the lightning bolt struck his body. This kind of terrifying lightning could easily kill any other extreme human realm first or second layer cultivator, but if it really hit Chen Zong, he would instantly turn into dust and disappear from the world. Chen Zong wasn't afraid and believed the words of Li Tiandi's incarnation. The moment the scarlet lightning runes hit Chen Zong, the Phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower appeared and the lightning runes disappeared, causing no harm to Chen Zong. Xiahou Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the Phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower. No one knew what he was thinking. Immediately, he raised his left hand and stretched out a finger. His movement seemed slow, but it was clearly visible, yet extremely fast. With a slight tremble of his fingertip, a scarlet lightning bolt shot out. It was even faster, but Chen Zong still couldn't dodge it, nor did he need to. The Phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower appeared, and the terrifying lightning bolt that could pierce through the world disappeared. This scene caused the 20 or so pseudo-transcendents to widen their eyes in confusion. It also caused the people watching from the city walls to be extremely surprised. Was that Transcendent Realm Master toying with him? That shouldn't be the case. Transcendents had their own pride and dignity. They definitely wouldn't use such means to tease a junior. The Skylight City Lord, who didn't show up but could see everything, was even more shocked. He recognized the old man's identity, Xiahou Yuan. He was a terrifying master ranked on the Great Heaven Ascension list, a super-powerful existence that could kill him with a single finger. Such a master couldn't even deal with a junior. What was with the Phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower? Could it be some kind of artifact? Capture him alive. Xiahou Yuan finally confirmed one thing, that was, Chen Zong's protective artifact was even more amazing than he had imagined. His heart was burning with eagerness to obtain that artifact. With his cultivation and strength, if he could obtain such a protective artifact, no one below the Earth Spirit Realm would be his enemy. When that time came, it would be much easier for him to seize the position of Palace Master of Sacred Palace. And if that protective artifact was not only effective against extreme mortal realm masters, but also Earth Spirit Realm masters, then Xiahou Yuan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. It was too shocking and unbearable. But if he knew that the Phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower was not only effective against extreme mortal realm masters, but also Earth Spirit Realm masters, and even profound Heaven Realm masters, how would he react? As soon as his voice fell, 4 pseudo-transcendents immediately moved and flew towards Chen Zong. Among these pseudo-transcendents, even the weakest one had reached the early 8-star realm. According to the information Xiahou Yuan gathered, Chen Zong was able to kill 7-star realm masters, including Xiahou Ba and the others. This proved that his combat strength was very strong, at least not lower than Xiahou Ba's. Since that was the case, sending 7-star realm masters was meaningless. 4 early 8-star realm pseudo-transcendents teaming up was just a test. In an instant, the 4 figures arrived and grabbed Chen Zong, following Xiahou Yuan's order to capture Chen Zong alive. A huge pressure swept over as the 4 of them carried traces of lightning in their hands. Chen Zong didn't dodge, allowing the 4 pseudo-transcendents to approach. These pseudo-transcendents were all cultivated by Xiahou's bloodline. They weren't young, ranging from 60 to 70 to over 100 years old. They were all talented but not outstanding. Being able to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm was partly due to their own efforts, the cultivation of Xiaoho's bloodline, and a bit of luck. They could be considered the majority of the pseudo-transcendence in Xiaoho's bloodline. Just as the four hands were about to grab Chen Zong, an incomparably sharp sword light flashed through the air and circled around. Under the astonishing speed of the sword, the four early 8-star pseudo-transcendents couldn't react in time. Kill! The four early 8-star pseudo-transcendents froze, maintaining their posture of reaching out to grab Chen Zong, a trace of blood appearing on their necks. Fast! That sword speed is too fast! Xiahou Yuan frowned slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see Chen Zong's sword clearly. This kind of sword speed had reached the peak of 8-star. In fact, Chen Zong was only using his pseudo-spirit qi. After a few days of cultivation, Chen Zong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Relying on his pseudo-spirit qi alone, he now had the strength of a late 8-star realm master. In terms of sword speed, Chen Zong was already outstanding, and after comprehending the true meaning of sword speed, even if he didn't use his minor true meaning, his sword speed had naturally increased. Killing four with a single sword strike, the other pseudo-transcendents were shocked. I'll do it! Among the 20 or so pseudo-transcendents, the weakest was an early-stage 8-star, while the strongest was a grandmaster. There were 2 of them in total. The one who spoke was a short old man with messy hair that resembled an afro. With a shake of his shoulder, the short old man transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Chen Zong, reaching out his hand. A claw condensed from the power of thunder descended from the sky. The 5 fingers were like a prison, trying to imprison Chen Zong while emitting the aura of a minor true meaning. This strike had the power of an early 9-star realm master. Chapter 632. The lightning claw descended from the sky like a cage. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a sharp light as his 2 swords broke through the air. The cross-shaped sword light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. The astonishing sword energy not only shattered the lightning claw, but also the minor true intent contained within it. Minor true intent and true power were 2 different types of power. Between the 2, it was usually minor true intent that could break through true power, but true power had a hard time dealing with minor true intent. Chen Zong's void sword energy was different. It was a combination of 3 different types of power, and was even more tyrannical. The 2 swords turned into a dense sword light, like a swarm of snakes coming out of their holes, rushing towards the short martial scholar. The speed of the swords made the other party's hair stand on end. It was much faster than before. Xiahou Yuan frowned slightly, surprised by the combat power displayed by Chen Zong. Slash, slash, slash. The 2 swords were terrifying, and each slash was fatal, directly suppressing the short martial scholar. Middle stage 9-star. The other martial scholar from Xiaoho's lineage was shocked. Without hesitation, he flicked his finger, and a lightning bolt pierced through the air with shocking power. With a flash of sword radiance, the lightning was directly shattered. The short guru wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but he found that another sword radiance was extremely sharp. It circled around him, as if drawing a circle on the ground, and restrained him, making him unable to retreat. When Chen Zong's pseudo-spirit energy increased from early-stage 8-star to late-stage 8-star, his combat power with the sword qi of the void also increased greatly. He could barely reach mid-stage 9-star, and with the addition of half-step sword force, he was completely at mid-stage 9-star. The short martial scholar was only early-stage 9-star, so the difference was obvious. The other martial scholar from Xiaoho's lineage was even stronger, having mid-stage 9-star combat power. As soon as he joined the battle, he joined forces with the short martial scholar and immediately blocked Chen Zong's 2 swords. They seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. As Chen Zong attacked with his swords, he moved his feet and approached the other pseudo-transcendents of Xiaoho's lineage. It looked like he couldn't bear the pressure of two martial grandmasters and was constantly retreating. There was no doubt about it. The Skylight City Lord's frown deepened. The strength that Chen Zong had displayed was unexpectedly strong, but he did not think too much about it. He was only surprised by Chen Zong's talent and potential. Xiahou Yuan also frowned. This seemed to have exceeded his expectations. He actually came over. Attack! The remaining pseudo-transcendents of Xiao's lineage were all 8-star warriors. Seeing that Chen Zong was forced to retreat under the suppression of two grandmasters on their side and was even approaching them, they were all extremely excited. Attack! Bolts of lightning pierced through the air and blasted toward Chen Zong, intending to severely injure Chen Zong before capturing him. Unexpectedly, under their concentrated attacks, Chen Zong's figure was engulfed by a beam of light. Following that, he seemed to distort for a moment before disappearing. This scene made Xiahou Yuan's eyebrows twitch slightly. He immediately captured Chen Zong's figure and attacked without hesitation, piercing through space with a finger. Xiahou Yuan was a 9th-layer Mortal Realm master. Although Chen Zong's Phantom Light 9 steps was exquisite, it was nothing in his eyes. He could easily see it, capture it, and hit it with his finger. However, it was dispelled by the Sky Tower's shadow, unable to cause any damage to Chen Zong. Chen Zong suddenly bared his fangs, like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. He raised his two swords and countless sword lights flashed, making it difficult for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chi-chi-chi. Under the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, blood spurted out and dyed the surroundings red like a curtain. In the blink of an eye, the other 8-star pseudo-transcendents were all hit by the sword. One by one, their throats were cut open by Chen Zong's two swords. Under normal circumstances, a middle 9-star master would find it difficult to kill more than a dozen 8-star masters in the blink of an eye. However, Chen Zong was different. His realm was high and his sword was extremely fast. He released his spiritual energy and sensed everything around him. No blind spots could escape his detection. It was more detailed than his eyes. Under such circumstances, there was an obvious gap in their combat strength. Who could resist him? In the blink of an eye, Xiao's pseudo-transcendents were only left with two martial masters. The two grandmasters were both shocked and inexplicably indignant. They were all killed. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. You deserve to die. In anger, the two martial masters did not hold back. Every move they made was even more powerful. Previously, they had held back part of their strength. It was not to kill Chen Zong, but to injure him and capture him alive. Boom boom boom. The martial Saint Palace's Xiahou lineage mainly cultivated thunder-attribute martial arts. When he attacked with all his might, it was as if a series of thunderbolts had exploded. The surrounding ground was shattered, and the rocks were reduced to dust. Dust flew into the air, and countless lightning bolts swam about. It was a terrifying sight. Chen Zong's expression was calm. With only his two swords, he completely blocked the two martial masters. He did not show any signs of being defeated like before. Chen Zong needed a strong enough opponent to test his cultivation and increase his combat strength. Two martial masters were just right. He's using them as whetstones. Xiahou Yuan was experienced and insightful. He immediately saw through Chen Zong's intentions, but he didn't take any action. This was because he couldn't do anything to Chen Zong after several failed attempts. He had a spirit artifact, but unfortunately, it was an offensive spirit artifact, not a spirit artifact used to restrain others. Now, he could only hope that the two martial masters could take down Chen Zong. Secret art! Xiahou Yuan shouted. The two martial masters did not hesitate and immediately used the Thunder King transformation. The Thunder King transformation was a superb secret technique. Within the martial Saint Palace, only the members of the Xiahou bloodline had access to the complete cultivation method. Almost every expert of the Xiahou bloodline would cultivate the Thunder King transformation. However, some of them would only be taught the first stage, while others could cultivate up to the second or third stage. The two martial masters were not young. They were in their 80s or 90s. Although their talents were not that outstanding, they had cultivated for a longer time, which made up for it. Moreover, they were one of the few martial masters in the Xiahou lineage. Naturally, they would receive special training. Therefore, they had already cultivated the Thunder King transformation to the third stage. Shadows of lightning filled the air and appeared behind the two martial masters. A terrifying aura immediately spread out. Sand and stones flew, dust and smoke billowed, and countless lightning bolts jumped around. Then, the Thunder King's shadow merged into the two martial masters' bodies and condensed on the surface of their bodies, forming a thunder armor. This was the third stage of the Thunder King transformation. The first stage was to summon the Thunder King's shadow. The second stage was to merge the power of the Thunder King's shadow into the user's body. The third stage was to merge the power of the Thunder King's shadow into the user's body and further condense it into a thunder armor. For 8-star martial masters, the second stage of the Thunder King transformation could increase their battle strength by a small level. For example, they could increase their battle strength from the early stage to the mid-stage, or from the mid-stage to the late stage. However, for 9-star martial masters, the second stage of the Thunder King transformation did not increase their battle strength significantly. Only the third stage of the Thunder King transformation could increase their battle strength by a small level. After using the third stage of the Thunder King transformation, the two martial masters' battle strength increased significantly. One reached the mid-stage of 9-star, while the other reached the late stage of 9-star. This immediately increased the pressure on Chenzong. Under the terrifying Thunder Minor true meaning, the power was even more shocking. Chenzong felt his body go numb. An invisible force kept invading his body, trying to cause damage. The Sword of Void trembled and directly dispersed the invading force. Without hesitation, Chenzong used the Sword Speed True Meaning. Although he had not been able to use the Sword Speed True Meaning to create a pseudo-Lingwu, his sword speed could be increased by at least 30% if he only used the Sword Speed True Meaning. The 30% increase in sword speed was very significant, especially since Chenzong's sword speed was already extremely fast. His arms could not be seen. There was only sword light filling the sky. Countless sword shadows pierced through the sky like a raging ocean. All of them were aimed at the two martial masters who had used the Thunder King transformation. When the speed reached a certain level, it would be very difficult to deal with. Even if there was an opening, it would be covered up by the extreme speed. Fighting 1 against 2, Chenzong completely blocked off the attacks of the two martial masters who had used their secret arts to increase their power. All of a sudden, the two swords that were extremely violent rushed towards the late-stage 9-star martial master and forced him to step back. Chenzong pulled back his sword with his right hand. As the sword vibrated slightly, a beam of light flashed across the spine of the sword and went straight to the tip of the sword. It pierced through the air. A cold starlight was extremely sharp. It pierced through the sky and stabbed towards the mid-stage 9-star martial master in a shocking manner. Secret Sword Point Star. And it was the point star that had been improved by Chenzong. It was a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu, but the disadvantage was obvious. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. If it did not consume a lot of energy, the point star would not be that powerful. It would be better not to use it at all. Chenzong was very familiar with this move. He had already grasped the essence of it. Now that he had become stronger in all aspects, he was qualified to make some improvements to it. After Chenzong's improvements, the point star's power had increased slightly, but the energy consumption had decreased a lot. Now, he only needed to consume 20% of his energy to use this move. It was extremely powerful. The sword pierced through the air. Under the sword intent and the void sword force's amazing penetrating ability, it was almost invincible. The half-step sword momentum was pushed to the extreme. It was as if the sword of heaven and earth was crushing down. The opponent was stunned for a moment and had no chance to dodge. It pierced through the opponent's throat and came out from the back of his neck. The horrifying void sword force went straight into the opponent's brain and crushed it. The other martial master was about to break his teeth. Chen Zong did not give him any chance. The two swords pierced through the air and swept across the sky. The blazing cross sword light was extremely bright. It was as if it had split the sky and the earth into 4 parts. This move contained the sword intent, which was even more powerful. Break! The opponent shouted and punched out 3 times with all his strength. The cross sword light was like a ceramic that had been hit. It was full of cracks and then shattered. However, the sword light was dazzling. It was as if a dragon sparrow had opened its tail. It was extremely gorgeous and full of illusions. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the illusions. It was like a star that tore through the night sky. It was bright and beautiful, but also contained a burning, killing intent. First, the heaven and earth move was the vanguard. Then, the dragon sparrow dance was used to confuse the opponent. Finally, the secret sword point star was used. There was no time to defend or dodge. Just like before, the sword pierced through the opponent's throat. The horrifying void sword force killed him instantly. Chapter 633. More than 20 pseudo-transcendent realm corpses were strewn across the ground, their blood staining the ground red. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Chen Zong held his sword with both hands as his gaze swept across the corpses and landed on Xiahou Yuan's face. With something to rely on, there was nothing to fear. Chen Zong's gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if he wanted to pierce through Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan's eyelids twitched repeatedly. Looking at the 20 or so corpses, it was impossible for him not to feel heartache. These were most of the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators of his lineage, and now they were all dead. This kind of loss was really heavy. But when he thought about the artifact on the other party's body, if he could take it for himself, then he would become the strongest master below the earth spirit realm. Even if all his pseudo-transcendent realm subordinates died, this price was still bearable. So, how could he take that artifact from Chen Zong? Chen Zong, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the artifact on your body, and all our past grievances will be written off. This old master can also promise that he will never trouble you again. If you are willing, you can even join my sacred martial palace. I can even make an exception and accept you as my last disciple. Xiahou Yuan opened his mouth. It sounded like he was negotiating, but there was an overbearing tone to his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiahou Yuan saw Chen Zong's eyes filled with mockery. In fact, Xiahou Yuan was also very clear that such words were weak and childish, but there was no other way. He couldn't do anything to Chen Zong, so he could only use this as a threat. He was a dignified 9th-layer mortal realm master, a master ranked on the Great Heaven Ascension list, and the leader of one of the 3 great factions of Sacred Martial Palace. Yet, he couldn't do anything to an ant-like pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Now, he couldn't even deal with his last threat. There was nothing he could do. It had been a long, long time, at least several hundred years, since he had experienced such a feeling. In a flash, Xiahou Yuan appeared beside Chen Zong. He reached out and grabbed Chen Zong's shoulder, locking him in place. When Xiahou Yuan was in the true martial realm, he had also cultivated a body refining technique. Although he hadn't cultivated it to the end, he still had an extraordinary strength. After the transformation, his strength had become even more tyrannical, and as his cultivation increased, his body was also nourished by the spirit energy, becoming even more tyrannical. Now, without using spirit energy or true intent, He could exert a strength of more than 100,000 jin with one hand, which was quite tyrannical. However, Chunzong's reaction was also very fast. Under the cover of his mental strength, he captured a faint trace of the attack's trajectory. As he brandished his two swords, sword flashes surrounded him and slashed at Xiahou Yuan's arm. However, they were blocked by his protective spirit energy, leaving him unharmed. However, the moment Xiahou Yuan's palm grabbed Chunzong's shoulder, the Sky Pagoda's shadow appeared and directly eliminated Xiahou Yuan's spiritual energy. The two swords attacked again, causing Xiahou Yuan's expression to change and his scalp to tingle. His body had indeed become tyrannical under the nourishment of the spirit energy, but it was still difficult for him to resist the sharpness of the swords. He retracted his arm, causing Chunzong's sword to hit nothing. Then, he pushed out his palm and hit Chunzong's shoulder. With a bang, his palm hit Chunzong's shoulder, causing Chunzong's body to sway as if he was about to fly back. However, the two swords broke through and stabbed at Xiahou Yuan's glabella. Xiahou Yuan immediately retreated. His shoulder was hit and instantly felt a tearing pain, but soon, a clear stream of energy diffused and alleviated the pain. The injury was healed a little. Chunzong didn't attack again because he knew that with his speed and strength, he couldn't do anything to Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan also didn't attack again because he realized that he couldn't do anything to Chunzong either. Xiahou Yuan's gaze was deep and dark, as if lightning was brewing in the depths of his eyes. His mind was racing as he thought about how to deal with Chunzong and seize Chunzong's secret treasures. Unfortunately, his skills were all in attacking and he wasn't familiar with other method. After looking deeply at Chunzong, Xiahou Yuan actually leaped and left. This scene shocked the Skylight City Lord and the rest of the people. Seeing that Xiahou Yuan had left, Chunzong also heaved a sigh of relief. The threat that a 9th-level extreme mortal expert posed to him was very obvious. If not for the protection of the Sky Pagoda, Chunzong wouldn't have been able to face him no matter what and would have run as far as he could. As soon as Xiahou Yuan left, Chunzong's gaze fell on Skylight City. It was time to settle the score. First, he collected the 20 or so pseudo-transcendental mustard seed bags, then took out the items inside and stored them in the same mustard seed bag. He threw away the other mustard seed bags. These things were precious to ordinary cultivators, but to Chunzong they were nothing. If he took too many, they would only take up space and had no other meaning. Of course, he could also sell them, but under the watchful eyes of so many people, Chunzong couldn't put them into his virtual ring. That would arouse suspicion. It was better to be safe than sorry. Seeing Chunzong coming towards Skylight City, the Skylight City Lord suddenly had a bad feeling. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong leaped onto the city wall and landed in front of the owner of the cultivation room, his eyes deep and sharp. At that time, you didn't return the 10 substandard spirit sources to me. I said that when I came back, it would be 100 times more. Chunzong opened his mouth and said very straightforwardly, "You forced your way in while I was cultivating and almost caused me to suffer a cultivation deviation. Double the price, 2,000 substandard spirit sources, and this matter will be settled." When the person heard Chunzong's words, his face changed dramatically and turned ashen. 2,000 substandard spirit sources. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to get it. At most, I will return 10 substandard spirit sources to you. The person smiled coldly, as if he had nothing to fear. You should know that I am from the Yang family, and the cultivation room belongs to my Yang family. The Yang family. Chunzong smiled. I even dare to kill people from the sacred martial palace, let alone a mere Yang family. 2,000 substandard spirit sources, or 200 low-grade spirit sources. Otherwise, I will kill you right now, kill my way to the Yang family, and annihilate your entire family. His murderous intent was as cold as ice, causing the other party to tremble and his face to change again. When he thought about how he had witnessed more than 20 pseudo-transcendents from the sacred martial palace being killed, and how even a paramount mortal realm master couldn't do anything to the other party, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. Vice Commander Lin. The Yang family members hurriedly looked at the armored middle-aged man and called out. The armored middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. After witnessing the battle and massacre just now, he only felt fear towards Chen Zong. He only hoped that Chen Zong wouldn't come looking for him, so he didn't dare to make a sound. But now that the Yang family members called out to him, he had no choice but to speak. However, Chen Zong also looked over at him at the same time, a playful smile in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, the armored middle-aged man opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. In the face of tyrannical strength, everything seemed so weak. Little friend, where it is possible to spare others, you should spare them. A gentle voice sounded, and a figure appeared out of nowhere, appearing in front of them in an instant. It was a middle-aged man in black robes, with gray hair and crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Senior, who are you? Chen Zong judged that the other party was a transcendent realm master through his aura, so he asked in return. I am the city lord of this city. The black-robed man said. As a city lord and a transcendent realm master, under normal circumstances, he naturally didn't need to be polite to a pseudo-transcendent, but after witnessing the battle just now, he had an indescribable fear towards Chen Zong. I can spare him, but only for 2,000 substandard spirit sources. Chen Zong smiled coldly, not giving the Skylight City Lord any face. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong wouldn't contradict a transcendent realm master like this, because the strong had the dignity of the strong. But what happened just now made Chen Zong very angry. No one would be happy if their cultivation was disturbed for no reason and they were injured because of it. The fact that Chen Zong didn't immediately go on a rampage and kill them was already proof that he was relatively rational. Now that the matter was settled, it was time to settle the score. 100-fold return. Give me some face and compensate me 10-fold. The Skylight City Lord frowned and said coldly. 100-fold. Chen Zong didn't back down, and his eyes met the Skylight City Lord's. Whether the Skylight City Lord knew about it or not, it had already happened. The deputy commander in iron armor represented the Skylight City Lord's mansion, and he wasn't even afraid of Marshal Saint Palace. Skylight City, which was far inferior to Marshal Saint Palace, was even more unafraid of Chen Zong. Enough is enough. Offending my Yang family won't do you any good. An old man flew over from afar and landed on the city wall, angrily reprimanding Chen Zong, his words and eyes carrying a strong threat. 2,000 substandard spirit sources or 200 low-grade spirit sources, not one less. Chen Zong ignored the other's threat and said word by word. The Yang family elder's face darkened. He had rushed over after receiving a notice, and when he heard that someone dared to threaten a disciple of the Yang family, he was furious. As for the previous battle, he wasn't clear about it, and because of that, the elder's choice was to attack. His hand was like an eagle's claw, tearing through the air with a cold silver luster, and instantly grabbed Chen Zong's shoulder. He wanted to capture Chen Zong alive and deal with him slowly, letting him know the consequences of provoking the Yang family. No. The Yang family elder who was in charge of the cultivation room had a sudden change in expression, and his voice became shrill. Stop. The Skylight City Vice Commander's face was filled with shock as he shouted out loud. The Skylight City Lord didn't say anything, but he also attacked. However, he didn't attack Chen Zong. Instead, he grabbed the air with one hand, and a large hand condensed from spiritual energy hit the Yang family elder, causing him to roll down the city wall to avoid being killed by Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong frowned slightly. When the Yang family elder attacked him, he wanted to kill him with his sword, but he didn't expect the Skylight City Lord to attack him directly. The speed of an extreme mortal was very fast, and it exceeded his reaction time. Your Excellency, are you planning to pay the 2,000 substandard spirit sources for the Yang family? Chernzong's eyes were cold and his gaze fell on the Skylight City Lord's face. 2,000 substandard spirit sources were not a small amount. If he could get them, his wealth would increase by a lot, and it would also allow him to cultivate better. The Skylight City Lord's face darkened. 2,000 pieces of substandard spirit sources was equivalent to 200 pieces of lower-grade spirit sources. As a city lord, of course, he could afford to take it out, but it was part of his wealth. Furthermore, why did he have to take out 2,000 pieces of substandard spirit sources to give to a junior? Chapter 634. Please subscribe. The Skylight City Lord had never imagined that this young man would be so insensible, so arrogant, and so merciless. His face was ashen, and his expression changed again and again. He wanted to be angry, but he could not do so. Even the Marshal St. Palace's master, Xiahou Yuan, couldn't do anything to Chernzong, let alone him. At the same time, the pride and dignity of a transcendent would not allow him to back down in front of a pseudo-transcendent junior. It was very contradictory and very annoying. This junior was too untactful. Chernzong ignored the Skylight City Lord. Although he had the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, he didn't want to provoke strong enemies. It wouldn't do him any good to make the whole world his enemy. However, if the Skylight City Lord had only jumped out now to seek justice, Chernzong would naturally not allow it. 2,000 substandard spirit sources. If you can't take them out, I'll go to the Yang family and get them myself. As soon as Chernzong finished speaking, he grabbed the manager of the cultivation room by the neck and leaped into the air at an extremely fast speed. The Yang family was considered a very powerful force in Skylight City. The location of their mansion was obvious, and Chernzong easily found it. With a swing of his left hand, he smashed the manager of the cultivation room directly into the Yang family mansion's gate, shattering it. "Who is it? Who dares to break my Yang family's gate? You must be tired of living. Junior, you're courting death." The Yang family elder who had chased after him was furious and attacked again. A sharp eagle cry seemed to tear through the sky. The elder's body was covered in a silver light as cold as ice. As he leaped into the air, his hands formed into claws and grabbed at Chernzong like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit. This elder had 7-star battle strength and had a high status in the Yang family. He was an elder. This time, his attack was different from before. It carried a sharp killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Chernzong's body apart. What greeted him was a dazzling sword light, as if it could cut the heavens and the earth apart. The Yang family old man's face was filled with shock as he quickly retracted his arms. He crossed his eagle claws and tried to grab the sword light, only to find that his eagle claws, which he was so proud of, collapsed the moment they came into contact with the sword light, unable to resist at all. He didn't even have the time to make a final sound before the sword light slashed down furiously from top to bottom, cleaving through the space between his eyebrows. When the sword light dissipated, Chernzong didn't even look at the old man and quickly rushed into the broken door. The old man's body fell to the ground. A bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows and quickly spread all over his body. It looked like its body was still intact, but its insides had been severed by Chernzong's sword. There was no sign of life. "Junior, you broke into our Yang family's gate and killed our Yang family's elder. Today you will not be spared." A group of Yang family's experts rushed out and attacked Chernzong. The Yang family was most famous for their eagle claw technique. Once they made a move, they would let out a sharp eagle cry that could penetrate gold and crack stone. It was like a demonic sound that filled one's brain. Immediately, a terrible force overflowed. Streaks of extremely sharp qi rushed toward Chernzong from all directions. Chernzong stood in the middle. Facing the fierce attacks from all directions, he was not afraid at all. He put his hands on the scabbards and immediately unsheathed both swords. The sword light cut through the sky like a ring, shattering all the sharp chi. It turned into a violent hurricane that blew over. Dozens of Yang family's experts were all knocked back. One by one, they crashed into the rockery on the wall. The wall was broken and the rockery collapsed. Dozens of Yang family's experts vomited blood. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp cry resounded through the sky. An illusory image of a giant silver eagle appeared out of nowhere. It rushed into the sky and then swooped down. Its frightening aura locked onto Chernzong from afar. As it swooped down, an astonishing pressure squeezed the air and shot towards Chernzong like a sharp awl. The giant silver eagle had a wingspan of 10 meters. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light as if they were made of metal. It tore the sky apart, leaving shocking marks. It fiercely grabbed at Chernzong. If he was caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dozens of injured Yang family's experts stared with their eyes wide open. It seemed that the man would be torn apart by the giant eagle in the next second. The fierce wind fell and bombarded Chernzong. However, Chernzong's robe and hair did not move at all. Even the dust around him seemed to have solidified. Looking up, Chernzong stared at the giant eagle and its sharp claws that seemed to be tearing the sky apart. The moment the giant eagle fell, Chernzong drew his sword. The cross-sword light was dazzling, as if it could split the sky into 4 pieces. Cut! The bright cross-sword light and the giant silver eagle made contact. After a slight pause, the giant silver eagle was cut in half. It was irresistible. Impossible. The Yang family's experts were horrified. They could not accept the scene in front of them. The giant silver eagle was the most powerful attack of the Yang family's top expert, but it was broken in an instant. After destroying the giant silver eagle, Chernzong drew his sword again. The sword light traversed dozens of meters and hit the top expert of the Yang family, who was also the current head of the Yang family. The sword pierced through his chest and nailed him to the wall. Junior, you dare to behave atrociously in my Yang family's territory. If I don't kill you today, my Yang family's reputation will be tarnished. A loud roar reverberated through the sky. Immediately, one side of the sky was dyed silver, exuding a metallic coldness. A giant silver claw that was dozens of meters long seemed to have torn through the sky from another side. It was the claw of a giant eagle, but also the claw of a demon. As soon as it appeared, it released a shocking aura. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the world, and its sharpness seemed to be able to break through everything. The extreme mortal stage powerhouse had made his move. As a force second only to the City Lord's mansion in Skylight City, the Yang family naturally had an extreme mortal stage powerhouse. However, the Yang family's rank was not high, because they did not have a 4th-level extreme mortal stage powerhouse. However, for those below the Transcendent Realm, even a 1st-level extreme mortal stage powerhouse would be considered a high and mighty powerhouse. The Yang family's Transcendent Realm powerhouse was a 2nd-level extreme mortal stage powerhouse. The old ancestor has made his move. Once the old ancestor makes his move, only death awaits this person. The Yang family members were all excited. Chernzong stared at the giant eagle claw that was dozens of meters long. He could clearly see the scales on the eagle claw. His gaze was cold and solemn, but he did not move at all. Chernzong knew very well that against a transcendent, he did not have any ability to fight back. However, at the same time, with the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, even a transcendent would not be able to hurt him. The giant eagle claw that was dozens of meters long slashed down from the sky. It was surrounded by smoke and fire, like a demon's claw that wanted to tear the earth apart and slaughter all living things. In the distance, the Skylight City Lord stared expressionlessly. The giant claw slashed down, bringing with it a terrifying storm that was as sharp as a blade. It was enough to crush a true martial realm powerhouse. The Heaven Ascension Tower's shadow appeared, and the giant claw disappeared inch by inch. It's like this again. The Skylight City Lord's eyelids drooped. What's going on? The Yang family members were all confused. The Yang family old ancestor appeared. Dressed in a black robe, he frowned. His sharp gaze fell on Chen Zong's face, as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. Junior, do you have some kind of artifact on you? Hand it over and I'll spare your life. The Yang family old ancestor's tone was sharp. Chen Zong's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then said unhurriedly, since your Yang family took the initiative to attack me and tried to kill me, I'll double the compensation. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Although I don't know what happened, Amir Jr. actually dared to dream of getting 4,000 substandard spirit sources from my Yang family. Should I say that you're audacious or reckless? The Yang family old ancestor laughed darkly, his tone full of sarcasm. Between 4,000 substandard spirit sources and the annihilation of the Yang family, choose one. Chen Zong sneered and said, Junior, you think you can speak arrogantly just because you have some kind of artifact? Today, I'll teach you how to behave. The Yang family old ancestor roared and attacked again. His finger was like an eagle's claw piercing through the air, fiercely stabbing towards Chen Zong. But just as it came into contact with Chen Zong, the Heaven Ascension Tower's shadow appeared again, nullifying the attack. The Yang family old ancestor's frown deepened. Even the sacred martial palace can't do anything to me, let alone you. Chen Zong's lips curled into a smile. Choose one of the two, you have half an hour to consider. Junior. The Yang family old ancestor, who was about to explode in rage, suddenly caught a glimpse of the expressionless Skylight City Lord in the distance. Even the sacred martial palace's Xiahou Yuan couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he killed more than 20 pseudo-transcendents, including 2 masters. The Skylight City Lord replied expressionlessly, startling the Yang family old ancestor. Then, he thought of something and his face filled with shock. Xiahou Yuan, but he. The Yang family old ancestor asked in disbelief. Yes. The Skylight City Lord replied with one word expressionlessly, instantly stunning the Yang family old ancestor. I can't do anything to him, you can't do anything to him either. You decide for yourself what to choose. The Skylight City Lord made it clear that he wouldn't interfere in this matter because he couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. If he interfered, not only would he lose face, but he might also be hated by Chen Zong. The Yang family old ancestor's eyes twitched. Xiahou Yuan was someone from the same generation as them. He made countless people pale in comparison and was the nightmare of countless people. Even such a person couldn't do anything to a pseudo-transcendental junior. Instead, more than 20 pseudo-transcendents were killed. It was a great loss. How could the Yang family be an enemy of this person? Little friend, let's talk nicely. The Yang family old ancestor's thoughts turned quickly. He squeezed out a smile on his old face, and his tone became gentler. I've already given you the conditions. Choose one of the two. Chen Zong was unmoved. Little friend, don't go too far. We'll meet again in the future. The Yang family old ancestor was about to fly into a rage, but he forcefully suppressed it and said again. There's not much time left. Chen Zong was still unmoved. His gaze fell on the Yang family old ancestor's face. You're a transcendental. I can't do anything to you now, but you can't do anything to me. However, no one in your Yang family is my opponent. Arrogant! Arrogant! The Yang family old ancestor was furious. 4,000 substandard spirit sources is not a small matter. My Yang family can't take it out immediately. We need time to gather it. The Yang family old ancestor suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said in a deep voice, 1 month. 1 month later, my Yang family will offer 4,000 substandard spirit sources. 3 days. Chen Zong said directly. 3 days is too short. The Yang family old ancestor hurriedly bargained. 2 days. Chen Zong said again, shortening the time again. You. The Yang family old ancestor was enraged. 1 day. Chen Zong said again, his cold voice like the extreme north wind blowing. Chapter 635. Outside Skylight City, tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall continued to blast out. Wherever they passed, the ground would be torn open, leaving long gullies. The whistling sound was endless, rumbling through the heavens and earth, as if the storm was about to destroy the world. Each storm was composed of countless terrifying sword chi, capable of easily shredding a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator to pieces, leaving not even their bones behind. However, no matter how the storm of sword chi attacked, Chen Zong was surrounded by the shadow of the sky tower, negating all the terrifying attacks, leaving him unscathed. This scene not only shocked the swordsman, but also horrified the spectators, especially Nan Mingde and the Yang family patriarch from the 10,000 Sky sect. Nan Mingde was Nan Mingshan's adoptive father and master. He came to seek revenge for Nan Mingshan, but no matter what he did, he couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Before any of his attacks could hit Chen Zong, they were all negated by the shadow of the sky tower. As for the Yang family elder, he knew that the Skylight City Lord would not joke about this, but after all, hearing was not as strong as seeing it with his own eyes. He was horrified. To be an enemy of such a person was simply, the Yang family elder didn't know what to say, but he hated the person in charge of the Yang family's cultivation room to death. Or rather, after he understood the cause of the matter, he executed that person. It was understandable that Chen Zong was kicked out of the cultivation room because of the pressure from the sacred martial palace, but to provoke and threaten Chen Zong with all kinds of arrogance was too reckless. Otherwise, the Yang family wouldn't have suffered such a loss. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. With the Yang family's financial resources, they could certainly afford it, but they would need time to gather all of it. After that, the Yang family's financial resources would be severely damaged, and they didn't know how long it would take for them to recover. He originally hoped that the 10,000 Heaven sect and the Xian family could get rid of Chen Zong, so the Yang family wouldn't have to suffer such a heavy loss, but now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Xian Mingho kept striking with his sword, one strike after another. After dozens of strikes, the ground in front of him was destroyed beyond recognition, but Chen Zong was safe and sound. Even the ground under his feet was intact. Sheathing his sword, Xian Mingho's eyes flashed a fierce light, but his expression was gloomy. Using a series of killer moves had consumed most of his strength, yet he was still unable to defeat a mere pseudo-transcendent. While Xian Mingho was angry, he was also very curious about the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower that had appeared around Chen Zong's body. If he could take it for himself. Almost all of the transcendents who had failed to take action against Chen Zong would pay attention to the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower on Chen Zong's body. There was no doubt that it was an artifact. Unfortunately, they did not know how to obtain the secret treasure. "I'll remember everything you've done today, and I'll pay you back soon," Chen Zong said word by word. Nan Mingde and Xian Mingho almost vomited blood. Since when could a mere junior threaten them so confidently? However, they could not do anything to him. What could be more unbearable than this feeling? If they continued to stay, it would only add to their shame. The two of them made a prompt decision to leave, but they did not leave because they had given up, but because they wanted to better deal with Chen Zong. Outside Skylight City, peace was restored, leaving only a huge ravine that had been created by the sword chi storm. It was a ghastly sight. Step by step, Chen Zong walked towards Skylight City, towards the Yang family elder. The Yang family elder stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. He felt that he was not facing a pseudo-transcendent, but a master who was many times stronger than himself. Every step the other party took was like stepping on his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. When Chen Zong walked past him, the Yang family elder felt his heart beating at an extreme speed, as if it was about to explode. "You still have 2 days," Chen Zong's voice floated into the Yang family elder's ears, and his figure stepped into Skylight City. In these 3 days, Chen Zong decided to stay in Skylight City, opposite the Yang family mansion, and wait for the 4,000 substandard spirit sources. During this time, Chen Zong did not absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth, nor did he absorb the pure spirit qi from the substandard spirit sources to cultivate, for fear of being disturbed and injuring himself. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend sword technique. After further improving his secret sword, Chen Zong felt that there was a lot of potential in this sword technique that could be unearthed. Sacred Martial Palace. At the peak of Sacred Martial Mountain, there was a palace that seemed to stand alone from the rest of the world. Xiahou Yuan stood outside the palace with a respectful expression, as if he was waiting for something. After a long time, a voice sounded. "Elder Xiahou Yuan, what business do you have with me?" The voice sounded a little old, but had a lingering charm. "Senior Elder Hongwu, I have an extremely important matter to report." Xiahou Yuan's attitude was very humble. Even if he was a powerhouse on the Great Heavenly Ascension ranking, the leader of one of the 3 major factions of the Sacred Martial Palace, and a 9th-level mortal realm powerhouse, it didn't change the fact that he was nothing in front of an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. And Senior Elder Hongwu was one of the 3 Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses of the Sacred Martial Palace. The 3 Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses took turns guarding the Sacred Martial Palace. They would not normally appear, nor would they care about the Sacred Martial Palace's affairs. No matter how much internal competition there was, as long as it did not affect the foundation of the Sacred Martial Palace, they would not care. Under normal circumstances, the 3 major factions would not disturb Senior Elder Hongwu, because that would mean that they were incompetent. But this time, Xiahou Yuan had come looking for him with an important matter, so Senior Elder Hongwu was naturally curious. The palace door opened automatically, allowing Xiahou Yuan to step in. A moment later, Senior Elder Hongwu's eyes shone with a frightening light. The aura around him seemed to be able to suppress the earth, but it also seemed to be able to topple it. Xiahou Yuan was unable to move, and he could clearly feel the terror of an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. To think that there is such a secret treasure in this world that is worthy of me coming out personally. Senior Elder Hongwu had just finished speaking when he disappeared from Xiahou Yuan's sight. This was the power of an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. As long as they stepped on the ground, they could shrink the ground into an inch and appear dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of miles away with a single thought. Xiahou Yuan also walked out of the palace and looked into the distance. He knew that Senior Elder Hongwu would soon arrive at Skylight City and find Chen Zong. He only felt that it was a pity that he would not be able to obtain the secret treasure. However, if Senior Elder Hongwu could obtain it, he would definitely want a share of it. When that time came, it would probably be easier for him to compete for the Palace Lord's position. Between gain and loss, it all depended on how the person involved saw it. Xiahou Yuan's visit to Senior Elder Hongwu could not be hidden from the other 2 major factions, nor did he try to hide it. However, they could not find out what was going on. When an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator deployed the Earth Spirit Realm technique, their speed was frighteningly fast. Elder Hongwu was at the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit Realm, so every step he took covered 20 miles. He could cover at least 1 step in the blink of an eye and at most 2 or 3 steps. There was quite a distance between Skylight City and St. Martial Mountain, but it could not stop Senior Elder Hongwu's astonishing speed. Not long after, Skylight City was right in front of him. His tyrannical spiritual sense spread through his feet and covered the entire Skylight City in an instant. An extreme mortal realm powerhouse's spiritual sense was released directly and spread through the air. However, an Earth spirit realm powerhouse could use the Earth as a medium to release their spiritual sense more fully and thoroughly. In an instant, Senior Elder Hong Wu found Chenzong. Chenzong, who was in the midst of enlightenment, also felt that he was being locked onto. It was a very subtle feeling, and before he could even think, a figure appeared in front of him. It was an old man in a dark red robe. The old man's figure was a little blurry in Chenzong's eyes. It was a distortion caused by a powerful force, and it was difficult to see clearly. An extremely terrifying pressure fell on Chenzong's body. It was as if the earth itself was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being suppressed and imprisoned, making it difficult for him to move. This kind of power gave Chenzong the feeling that it was beyond the extreme mortal realm. This was a powerhouse who had surpassed the extreme mortal realm. Although Blazing Heaven Emperor's incarnation had said that the Tower of Ascension could protect him in the Ascension region, and that even a profound Heaven's Realm powerhouse would not be able to hurt him, Chenzong could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he faced a powerhouse who had surpassed the extreme mortal realm. Without saying a word, a ray of light pierced through the air towards Chenzong. Chenzong did not even have time to react before he was hit. The Tower of Ascension flashed and the attack disappeared. It's true. Elder Hongwu was secretly surprised. Although it was just a casual attack, the spiritual energy of the Earth spirit realm was fundamentally different from that of the extreme mortal realm. Therefore, that attack could also be counted as an attack of the Earth spirit realm. However, it was blocked by the Tower of Ascension and did not hurt Chenzong at all. Elder Hongwu was instantly overjoyed. This meant that this young man's secret treasure could not only defend against the attacks of the extreme mortal realm, but could also defend against the attacks of the Earth spirit realm. He attacked again. This time, the attack was even more powerful. It was 30% of his strength, but he controlled it so that it would not spread to the surroundings. It was even more terrifying. Chenzong was hit again. However, he was still not hurt at all. He did not even move his clothes. The Tower of Ascension flashed and blocked the attack again. Elder Hongwu attacked for the third time with 70% of his strength. However, the result did not change at all. Good. Elder Hongwu could not help but laugh. He did not attack for the fourth time because he was sure that even if he used all of his strength, he would not be able to hurt Chenzong. This kind of secret treasure was truly heaven-defying. If he could obtain this kind of secret treasure, he would be able to become the strongest Earth Spirit Realm cultivator in the Sacred Martial Palace. At that time, he would be able to travel to more places and fight stronger opponents. Thinking about it, Elder Hongwu could not help but feel excited. However, Elder Hongwu started to think again. Since he could not do anything to Chenzong and all of his attacks were blocked, he understood one thing after attacking 3 times in a row. That was, his spirit chi, true intent, and other transcendent realm powers were all ineffective. So, how could he take away this man's heaven-defying secret treasure? Chapter 636. What's going on? What's that? The Skylight City Lord, the Yang family ancestor, and the other 2 ultimate mortal realm powerhouses in the other cities all sensed something and hurried over. Then, their faces were filled with shock. It didn't seem any different from before, but they were all transcendents and were very sensitive. Looking over, they saw that the area 10 meters in front of them had been sealed off by an extremely powerful force. That force had an extremely strong spirit energy fluctuation that they couldn't compare to. It also had the majesty of the earth, and vaguely, they could feel a trace of unique evil chi. Earth Demon Spirit Energy. An Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse has made his move. The ultimate mortal realm powerhouses were instantly shocked. Just like how true martial realm pseudo-transcendents looked up to ultimate mortal realm powerhouses, Earth spirit realm powerhouses were also powerhouses that they had to look up to. Any Earth spirit realm powerhouse could be called an ancestor, not like the Yang family ancestor, but a true ancestor-level powerhouse in the various major forces. They might have suppressed people of the same generation, or they might have dominated for a period of time. Every one of them had a legendary experience. Then, a touch of joy appeared on the faces of the four. An Earth spirit realm powerhouse wouldn't have come here for no reason, and to use such a shocking method to seal off this piece of land, there must be a purpose. This place was Chun Zong's temporary residence, which meant that the Earth spirit realm powerhouse had come for Chun Zong. They guessed that it was for Chun Zong's artifact that could withstand the attack of an ultimate mortal realm powerhouse. It should be an Earth spirit realm powerhouse from the sacred martial palace. Their guesses couldn't be more accurate. The Skylight City Lord and the Yang family ancestor were even happier. The Skylight City Lord was happy because he couldn't do anything to Chun Zong and had lost face. Now there was finally someone who could take care of Chun Zong. As for the Yang family ancestor, other than his face, there was also the factor of the 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Junior, this old man will give you one last chance. Take the initiative to hand over the artifact. Grand Elder Hong Wu said, his voice carrying a strange rhythm. This old man can guarantee that as long as you take the initiative to hand over the artifact, this old man will not attack you again. Moreover, this old man can also accept you as my last disciple. You should know, this old man here is one of the 3 grand elders of the sacred martial palace. The last time I accepted a disciple was 150 years ago. Whether it's status or cultivation resources as my last disciple, this old man on the other hand, you will be my last disciple on 150 years. One had to admit Grand Elder Hong Wu's words were full of temptation. On it, disciple. If Chun Zong wanted to be the disciple of an Earth Spirit Realm expert, he would have already agreed to Forefather Tian Hong of the Startling Sword sect. He was now the latter's personal disciple. Although the Startling Sword sect wasn't as strong as the Sacred Martial Palace, it was a sect of sword cultivators. Forefather Tian Hong was also a powerful sword cultivator, so he was undoubtedly more suitable to be Chun Zong's disciple. Seeing that Chun Zong wasn't moved, Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Chun Zong. He had already thought of a way. Junior, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Hong Wu's voice suddenly became ethereal, as if it came from the distant horizon. Then, Grand Elder Hong Wu's eyes suddenly widened. An invisible ripple spread out and hit Chun Zong's eyes. Chun Zong couldn't help but widen his eyes. His pupils were like mirrors, reflecting Grand Elder Hong Wu's figure. Chun Zong seemed to have been cast on him. His eyes were wide open and his body was motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Soul absorption. Grand Elder Hong Wu's voice changed completely. It was no longer as vigorous as before. Instead, it was dry and dark. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong spiritual fluctuation spread out in all directions. In terms of spiritual energy, transcendent realm masters were more powerful. Their pure spiritual energy had transformed into spiritual sense, and the spiritual sense of an Earth Spirit Realm Master was much stronger than that of a paramount human realm master. Soul absorption was a secret technique that could penetrate deep into one's soul. It had nothing to do with the sacred martial palace, but was obtained by Grand Elder Hong Wu during a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He had cultivated it before, but he rarely had the chance to use it. However, every time he used it, he would gain a good harvest. After hundreds of years, Grand Elder Hong Wu's spiritual sense had become even more powerful, so the power of this soul absorption secret technique had naturally increased. What's more, the target was only a pseudo-transcendent realm master. No matter how heaven-defying a pseudo-transcendent realm master was, they couldn't compare with a true transcendent realm master, let alone an earth spirit realm master. Therefore, the moment Grand Elder Hong Wu performed the soul absorption secret technique, Chen Zong couldn't resist and was restrained. His consciousness was awake, but it felt like it had deviated from his body, and he couldn't control it at all. Moreover, he could feel a vast and mysterious power seeping into his body, trying to take over his consciousness and control him completely. That's right, Grand Elder Hong Wu's purpose was to control Chen Zong's consciousness. The so-called soul absorption secret technique was similar to this, using one's own consciousness to enter the other party's consciousness and control it. After that, one could make the other party do many things according to one's will. For example, one could make the other party hand over that heaven-defying artifact. This kind of control was only temporary. Once it ended, there were 3 consequences. First, the target couldn't bear it and their consciousness would collapse, their soul would shatter, and they would die completely. Second, the target couldn't bear it and their consciousness would collapse, turning them into a living dead. Third, the target couldn't bear it and their consciousness would scatter, turning them into a lunatic or an idiot. No matter which of these 3 situations it was, no one was willing to accept it. However, Chen Zong didn't agree to take the initiative to hand over the artifact, so Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't have any scruples. After all, Chen Zong was just a pseudo-transcendent with a simple background. He might be very talented, but in this world, how many talented people died halfway? Under the tyrannical invasion of his consciousness, Chen Zong's consciousness seemed so weak. Like a candle in the wind, it was quickly pushed aside. There was nothing he could do. Just as Grand Elder Hong Wu's powerful consciousness was about to invade Chen Zong's consciousness and take over his whole body, a wave of fluctuations spread out from Chen Zong's body. Then, the Phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower appeared. This time, the Phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower didn't simply appear, but expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of several dozen meters and eliminated the power of Grand Elder Hong Wu. At the same time, a powerful force that belonged to the Heaven Ascension Tower blasted into Chen Zong's consciousness, protecting Chen Zong's consciousness and bombarding Grand Elder Hong Wu's consciousness in a tyrannical manner. Compared to part of the Heaven Ascension Tower's power, Grand Elder Hong Wu's tyrannical consciousness was relatively weak. Under the bombardment, he felt like his consciousness was being torn apart. The extreme pain caused Grand Elder Hong Wu's expression to change drastically. He felt like his soul was being crushed. His face was pale and green, and his head felt like it was splitting open. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. The sound waves spread out and shattered everything around him. Grand Elder Hong Wu's body trembled violently. Without any hesitation, he immediately used ground shrink and disappeared in front of Chen Zong. He also left Skylight City. The moment Grand Elder Hong Wu disappeared, the Phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower quickly shrank back into his body. The power disappeared along with it, and Chen Zong regained control of his body. That was close. Chen Zong couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. That feeling just now was really too dangerous. It felt like he was really being controlled by his opponent, and the consequences were very serious. Fortunately, departing Heaven Emperor's clone was right. With the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower's power, he was indeed safe in the Ascension region. If he wasn't wrong, Grand Elder Hong Wu must have been severely injured as well. He just didn't know how serious the injury was, but it should be a mental injury. As Chen Zong expected, Grand Elder Hong Wu's mouth and nose were bleeding as soon as he left Skylight City. He didn't rush back to the sacred martial palace. Instead, he found a safer place to stay and immediately took out an elixir to consume. The attack from the spiritual consciousness had shaken his soul and injured it. This kind of injury wasn't obvious on the surface, but it was more than 10 times more serious than a physical injury. Even with the help of the elixir, it could only be temporarily alleviated. As the elixir's power spread, a cooling sensation spread throughout his entire head, alleviating the crushing pain. Grand Elder Hong Wu felt a little better and carefully examined his body. After a thorough examination, his face was gloomy and ashen. There were a few ghastly cracks in his sea of consciousness. Traces of almost undetectable clear energy flowed through them, attempting to repair the cracks. However, it seemed that there wasn't enough energy and the results were very poor and slow. This time, it could be said that he went for wool and came home shorn. The consequences were very serious. Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't know how long it would take to completely repair the cracks in his sea of consciousness. He also didn't know if there would be any side effects after the repair. He never thought that he would end up in such a state just because he wanted to attack a junior. Grand Elder Hong Wu was sure that it was the power of a secret treasure, and not the junior's own strength. If he had that kind of strength, he wouldn't have been imprisoned by him. He exhaled deeply. The damage to his sea of consciousness had directly reduced the amount of energy he could use, which led to a decrease in his strength. His original second level of the Earth Spirit Realm could only display the strength of a first-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Moreover, it was best not to make a move, otherwise it might worsen his injuries. Damned Junior! Grand Elder Hong Wu's hatred soared to the heavens. He wanted nothing more than to skin that Junior Chen Zong alive, pull out his tendons, and file his bones. Unfortunately, he was just like the extreme mortal realm cultivators before him. There was nothing he could do. After taking a few more elixirs to alleviate his injuries, Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't dare to linger any longer and immediately set off for the Martial Saint Palace. There were some spirit medicines stored in the Martial Saint Palace that could be of great help in healing the injuries to his sea of consciousness. However, Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't dare to use the earth shrink technique. That would require the use of his consciousness, and it would affect his sea of consciousness. Chapter 637. You must be very disappointed. Chen Zong's gaze swept across the 4 extreme mortal realm experts in front of him. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear, but instead asked with a hint of playfulness, "Humph." The Skylight City Lord didn't respond to Chen Zong. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The other 2 extreme mortal realm experts who didn't know each other also turned and left without saying anything. The Yang family forefather's expression was the most complicated. He looked deeply at Chen Zong and wanted to turn and leave, but he couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart. Who was that Earth Spirit Realm expert just now? Martial Saint Palace's founding elder Hong Wu attempted to use a secret technique to steal my protective heirloom. In the end, he was counterattacked by the heirloom, and his mental sea is now injured. Chen Zong answered neither quickly nor slowly. This wasn't a secret, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Saying it out loud could actually intimidate the other party. Hearing this, the Yang family forefather's face was filled with shock. Grand Elder Hong Wu of the Martial Saint Palace was a true Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, but even such a powerful cultivator couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. In the end, Chen Zong's consciousness had been damaged. The Yang family forefather felt disheartened for a moment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. Chen Zong once again stepped into the Yang family. The Yang family's main door had been replaced, and it looked very new. This time, Chen Zong didn't force his way in. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, are you ready? Chen Zong looked at the Yang family forefather with a trace of a smile on his face. They're all here. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yang family forefather ordered people to bring in 4 large mahogany chests and place them side by side. The chests were opened one by one, revealing the contents inside. They were pieces of grayish-white material cut to the same size. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. These were the substandard spirit sources. When the lids of the 4 big wooden chests were opened, a trace of pure spiritual chi spread out from them, filling the surroundings. Immediately, it attracted the attention of the surrounding Yang family members. Each and every one of them revealed a dignified and shocked expression, but there was also a hint of greed hidden deep in their eyes. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, a shocking amount of wealth. Chen Zong's mental power spread out and completely covered the 4 chests. After a thorough inspection, he found that they were all substandard spirit sources, and there were exactly 4,000 of them. The mental power's ability to see everything within a 10-meter radius was similar to his eyes, but it had an advantage that his eyes couldn't, and that was more comprehensive. For example, one's vision could be blocked by objects and could not be seen through, but one's mental power could avoid it. After inspecting an object, one could also accurately identify the number of the object. Of the Yang family forefather's face of eyes. Of the Yang family forefather's forefather. Of the Yang family forefather s. What the... Of 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Not one more, not one less. From now on, I'm even with the Yang family. Chen Zong spoke clearly. His tone was sharp, but if the Yang family doesn't let this go, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Needless to say, the consequences would be much more severe than what they were facing now. Please. The Yang family forefather opened his eyes and said coldly to Chen Zong. Chen Zong wasn't angry. He walked out of the Yang family house with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Then, he headed out of Skylight City. Marshal St. Palace, you've tried to deal with me time and time again. Now, it's time for me to pay you back. Chen Zong said to himself as he looked into the distance. The Earth Marshal City was located between the Marshal St. Palace and the 10,000 Sky Sect. Of course, the distance between the city and the 2 upper-rank sects was quite far. Even if an extreme mortal realm cultivator traveled at full speed, it would still take half a day to get there. However, if it was an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, it would only take a short time. Chen Zong's destination was the Earth Marshal City. This was because there was an encampment of the Marshal St. Palace in the Earth Marshal City. It was much larger than the encampment in Ascending Sky City. It was just like a small branch of the Marshal St. Palace. Chen Zong didn't dare to attack the Marshal St. Palace directly. Although even a profound Sky Realm cultivator couldn't injure or kill him when he had the protection of the Ascending Sky Tower, in such a large sect, there were bound to be more than one powerful cultivator guarding the place. There might be other means. Who knew if he could resist them? Chen Zong was well aware of the protection of the Ascending Sky Tower's power. He would also borrow its power, but he wouldn't become blinded and arrogant because of it. He would choose between the two, and there was a limit. He could borrow the power of the Ascending Sky Tower for his own convenience, but he wouldn't lose his mind and become arrogant because of it. Even a clay figurine would be angry after being attacked by the Marshal St. Palace time and time again, let alone Chen Zong. Revenge was a must. Even if he didn't attack the Marshal St. Palace, he could still attack their encampment. In Chen Zong's mind, the Marshal St. Palace was his enemy. Since they were his enemy, he would kill them if he had to. Chen Zong's whereabouts weren't hidden, and it was difficult for him to hide. This was because spies from the Marshal St. Palace and many other forces were watching his every move. Even his trip to the Earth Marshal City was under the surveillance of the Marshal St. Palace. However, the people of the Marshal St. Palace didn't know the purpose of Chen Zong's trip to the Earth Marshal City. As he hurried to the Earth Marshal City, Chen Zong would stop to cultivate. However, he mainly cultivated by absorbing the world energy from the substandard spirit sources. Absorbing world energy and substandard world energy might seem the same, but there were subtle differences. Comparatively speaking, world energy was much more violent, so absorbing it into one's body was a greater test for a cultivator, but the benefits were obvious. In the process of refining world energy, one's will and physique would be subtly tempered, and they would be able to obtain a slight increase in strength. On the other hand, the world energy from the substandard spirit sources was equivalent to the processed world energy. It was relatively milder, and the burden on the body and will was obviously smaller. However, many pseudo-transcendents often chose to absorb world energy when cultivating. This way they could better temper themselves. Of course, there was another reason. The value of the substandard spirit sources wasn't low. In addition to cultivating, they could also be used to buy things that were useful to them. In short, both methods had their own benefits. However, Chen Zong's choice at the beginning was to directly absorb world energy. Now that he was on the road, this method wasn't suitable, so he chose the latter and absorbed the substandard spirit sources. Fortunately, Chen Zong had killed many pseudo-transcendents and obtained some substandard spirit sources from their mustard seed bags. Especially the 4,000 substandard spirit sources he obtained from the Yang family. They were a huge fortune, and Chen Zong's consumption in Ascending Heaven City was directly made up for. He still had a lot of surplus. Every day, Chen Zong would absorb the world energy from 2 substandard spirit sources to cultivate. This kind of world energy was milder, but at the same time, the cultivation efficiency wasn't as good as directly absorbing world energy. Therefore, Chen Zong's cultivation speed was slow. After 5 or 6 days of continuous travel, Chen Zong finally arrived at the gate of Earth Martial City. After a glance, he paid the corresponding fee and stepped into Earth Martial City. The fee for entering the city wasn't much, and Chen Zong didn't want to cause any unnecessary conflicts that would affect his next move. As soon as he entered the city, Chen Zong looked around casually. The prosperity of Earth Martial City wasn't much inferior to Ascending Heaven City, but it was obviously better than 100 Battles City and Skylight City. Heading straight to Marshal St. Palace's station, Chen Zong soon saw the Marshal St. Palace's flag fluttering in the wind. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and walked into Marshal St. Palace's station. There were many Sacred Martial Palace disciples overseeing the Sacred Martial Palace's encampment. They were in charge of managing the various businesses that belonged to the Sacred Martial Palace in Earth Martial City. As soon as Chen Zong stepped through the gate, a Marshal St. Palace disciple immediately stood up and greeted him. "Who are you? What business do you have with my Marshal St. Palace's Earth Martial Department?" 2 questions were asked in succession. "Murder." Chen Zong's answer was very direct, causing the other party to stop in his tracks with a stunned expression. Then, he burst into laughter. "Murder? Who dared to speak so arrogantly about killing someone from the Marshal St. Palace? Moreover, he had stepped into the Marshal St. Palace's Earth Martial Department. What a laughingstock! Break your own arms and get out of here, and I'll forgive your disrespect." The Marshal St. Palace disciple rebuked angrily after laughing loudly. Chen Zong's answer was a sword light. The cold sword light was dazzling. The Marshal St. Palace disciple only felt that it was very bright, but before he could react, the sword light had already cut through his head. At this moment, Chen Zong wasn't angry, nor was he disappointed. There was only a trace of killing intent. After being targeted and hunted by the Marshal St. Palace, he had long since been listed as an enemy. If he was an enemy, he would kill him. Naturally, the Marshal St. Palace disciple was also an enemy. Once a decision was made, no matter what, he would immediately carry it out. The sword was filled with killing intent, and the killing intent was also bloody. Very soon, the other Marshal St. Palace disciples in the Earth Martial Department were alerted. "Who is it? What happened?" At the same time, a few martial Saint Palace disciples appeared. However, they weren't in a hurry. They thought it was someone who dared to trespass into the Earth Martial Department and was killed by their fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, when they saw the corpses of their fellow disciples lying on the ground, they were shocked and their eyes were about to crack. However, before they could make a move, a sword light flashed in front of their eyes. Then, their consciousness sank. These disciples were all in the late stage of the true martial realm. Perhaps they were much stronger than wandering cultivators of the same level, but compared to Chunzong, they were no different from ants. Chunzong didn't consume much energy after killing these martial Saint Palace disciples in the late stage of the true martial realm. People of the martial Saint Palace, listen up. I, Chunzong, will tear down your Earth Martial Department today. Chunzong's voice swept out like a storm, wreaking havoc in the Earth Martial Department like a thunderclap. Arrogant! You're courting death. In the Earth Martial Department, the martial Saint Palace disciples and deacons were all furious. They charged out directly, their gazes landing on Chunzong. However, from the corner of their eyes, they also caught a glimpse of the blood-stained corpses on the ground. Their pupils contracted slightly, and a shocking killing intent erupted like a volcano. How dare you kill the disciples of the martial Saint Palace? You deserve to die. Capture him and skin him alive. Chapter 638. Catching up on yesterday's update first. Martial Saint Palace's Earth Martial Department. The hall was very spacious and magnificently decorated, but at this moment, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Corpses were lying in pools of blood, and the splashing blood dyed the exquisite decorations in the hall red. It was a ghastly sight. A figure stood in the middle of the hall, holding a sword in one hand. A drop of blood slid down the blade and dripped from the tip of the sword. Drip. The drop of blood fell to the ground with a soft thud, shattering into countless smaller drops of blood that splashed in all directions like a blooming scarlet flower. It was especially jarring in this quiet hall. There were still 8 pseudo-transcendents surrounding Chunzong. 4 of them were 7-star, 3 were 8-star, and 1 was an early 9-star. Breathing heavily, the 8 remaining pseudo-transcendents of Martial Saint Palace all had bloodshot eyes filled with grief, anger, and murderous intent. However, their trembling hands and bodies betrayed the fear in their hearts. Dead, all of them were dead. A group of Martial Saint Palace disciples attacked Chunzong, but they were all killed. None of them could withstand a single sword strike. Whether it was the true martial realm or the pseudo-transcendent. As an important branch of the Martial Saint Palace in the Earth Martial City, there would usually be 1 extreme mortal realm cultivator, 20 pseudo-transcendents, and over 100 true martial realm cultivators guarding it. This level of strength was already comparable to some low-rank sects. This time, the ultimate mortal had been summoned back to Martial Saint Palace, leaving behind 20 pseudo-transcendents and over 100 late-stage true martial realm cultivators. 20 pseudo-transcendents. Naturally, there were 7-star and 8-star cultivators. There was even an early 9-star grandmaster. Now, there were only 8 pseudo-transcendents left under Chunzong's sword. Kill! We'll fight to the death. At this point, there was no point in saying anything else. Only blood could wash away this blood feud. Even though they knew they were no match, the 8 pseudo-transcendents of Martial Saint Palace still used their most powerful attacks and charged towards Chunzong without fear of death. Even if they had to die together with Chunzong, it was better than nothing. A futile struggle. Chunzong said softly as he slashed out with his sword. It seemed to be 1 sword, but it also seemed to be 8 swords. The speed of the swords was extremely fast. 7 of them froze as if they had been immobilized. The light on their bodies also dimmed. Only the early-stage 9-star Grandmaster pushed his combat strength to the mid-stage 9-star level. He was faster and stronger. He dodged Chunzong's sword and approached Chunzong. He opened his arms and hugged Chunzong fiercely. This hug took all of his strength. If he hugged a mountain, then the mountain might be broken in half. A smile appeared on Chenzong's face. Middle 9-star combat power. It was just a matter of struggling a little longer. Swish, swish. The long sword pierced through the air and cut the space in front of it as if it was cutting a piece of paper. The 9-star midstage master couldn't dodge and could only let the sword light hit him. He had to resist it with his own strength and then use his arms to hug Chenzong and die together with Chenzong. However, he underestimated the sharpness of Chenzong's long sword. The incomparably sharp sword light instantly broke through the defense on his body, then cut open his tough skin, cut into his muscles and bones, and severed them. A stream of blood splattered in the air. This pseudo-transcendent who had used a secret technique to raise his combat strength to the mid-stage 9-star level fell forward with his eyes wide open in disbelief. At this point, everyone in the Earth Marshal Department except for the extreme mortal who hadn't returned yet had been killed. Chenzong moved quickly. He swept through the valuable items in the Earth Marshal Department, choosing the more useful items and putting them away. He then drew his sword, and with a flash of sword light, he began to draw on the walls of the Earth Marshal Department like a brush. Thank you for your many notes. I hereby return the favor. I hope you are satisfied. At the end of the letter, it was signed off by Chenzong. With a hum, the sword light disappeared and the long sword returned to its scabbard. Chenzong glanced at it and a smile appeared on his face. He then turned around and strode out of the Earth Marshal Department of the Sacred Marshal Palace. Not long after Chenzong left, someone poked his head in and looked inside. Immediately, his face turned pale and he was terrified. The smell of blood was too strong here because hundreds of people had died inside. What's going on? What happened? More people rushed over and after wandering around for a while, they all rushed into the Earth Marshal Department. Then, their faces changed and they were all horrified. Dead. All of them were dead. The people of the Sacred Marshal Palace's Earth Marshal Department had all turned into corpses and were lying in pools of blood. The blood of the hundreds of people had completely soaked the floor of the Earth Marshal Department. It was scarlet and reflected rays of light. It was a ghastly sight. What's that? Someone saw the words engraved on the wall and was shocked. More people looked up and were shocked. Let's go. Let's get out of here. One by one, they reacted from the shock and hurriedly retreated from the Earth Marshal Department. Who could be so cruel as to massacre the entire Earth Warriors Department? But from the words left on the wall, they were sure that there was a great grudge between the culprit and the Sacred Marshal Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed their way to a branch of the Sacred Marshal Palace and slaughtered it. Such a cruel method made people's hearts palpitate. Whether it was the culprit or the Sacred Marshal Palace, they couldn't afford to offend them. As the saying goes, if it's none of your business, it's best to stay away so that you won't be implicated and die an unnatural death. In the Earth Marshal City, the 10,000 Sky Sect also had a base. Its scale was similar to the Sacred Marshal Palace's Earth Marshal Department. Chenzong originally wanted to kill his way to the 10,000 Sky Sect's base and destroy it, but he gave up after thinking about it. Compared to the Sacred Marshal Palace, the grudge between him and the 10,000 Sky Sect wasn't that great. Chenzong didn't want to escalate the situation. Since he had already returned the favor to the Sacred Marshal Palace, Chenzong didn't plan to stay in the Earth Marshal City any longer. He immediately left. After the incident with the Yang family in Skylight City, Chenzong understood that the so-called cultivation rooms that weren't disturbed were only on the surface. Once something happened, what was supposed to happen would still happen. Since that was the case, there was no need to rent a cultivation room in the city. It was better for him to go out and find a safer and more remote place to cultivate. Although he now had the powerful battle strength to kill mid-9 star and even late-stage martial masters, it hadn't been long since he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. His potential was still active, and he could quickly improve himself. The moment Chen Zong left the Earth Martial City, the people of the Sacred Martial Palace had already received the news. Moreover, the extreme mortal realm powerhouses quickly rushed over. When the extreme mortal realm powerhouse was still 1,000 meters away from the Earth Martial Department, he could already smell the thick stench of blood. The stench of blood was still as pungent as ever. In a flash, the extreme mortal realm powerhouse stepped into the Earth Martial Department. With a glance, he saw the scarlet blood that hadn't dried up yet. It was a ghastly sight, as if there was a trace of red light reflected on the extreme mortal realm powerhouse's gloomy face. After a martial artist went through the cultivation of the blood chi realm, their physique would become stronger and their blood chi vigorous. When they reached the true martial realm, their blood chi wouldn't be visible, but it would be more vigorous and active than when they were in the blood chi realm. Therefore, even if they were killed and their blood flowed out of their bodies, it wouldn't dry up and turn black in a short period of time like an ordinary person. Instead, it would remain active for a certain period of time. How ruthless! The cold voice was like the cold wind from the underworld that blew through the gaps between his teeth. His gaze shifted away from the corpses and blood all over the ground and landed on the words on the wall. Chen Zong. An even colder voice filled the air with murderous intent. The reason he was summoned back to the Sacred Martial Palace this time was related to Chen Zong. Because of the heaven-defying artifact, the extreme mortal realm powerhouse couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Even Grand Elder Hong Wu couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Grand Elder Hong Wu's condition didn't seem too good, as he had suffered some injuries. This had completely attracted the attention of the Sacred Martial Palace's higher-up. Therefore, the Sacred Martial Palace's purpose of summoning the extreme mortal realm powerhouses was to announce that before they found a suitable solution, all transcendents couldn't act against Chen Zong. It would only make them a laughingstock. They even restricted the Sacred Martial Palace's disciples from attacking Chen Zong. After all, Chen Zong was able to kill more than 20 pseudo-transcendents from Xia Ho's bloodline, including 2 grandmasters. This was enough to show Chen Zong's astonishing strength and potential. Unexpectedly, just as they were discussing and hadn't come to a conclusion, Chen Zong killed his way into the Sacred Martial Palace's Earth Martial Department and brutally slaughtered all the Sacred Martial Palace disciples in the Earth Martial Department in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. He even left behind a message to return the courtesy. This was a merciless slap to the Sacred Martial Palace's face. Even though he was furious, this person was still able to maintain a clear head. He immediately left the Earth Martial Department and rushed back to the Sacred Martial Palace. He had to report everything that happened here in detail and let the Sacred Martial Palace's higher-ups come up with a solution. Chen Zong rushed straight into the mountain. After searching around, he found a relatively remote place. He used his 2 swords to carve out a small cave, which was dozens of meters deep. After carving out a larger cave and sealing the entrance, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, Chen Zong planned to cultivate for a longer time and improve his cultivation as much as possible. As for what was happening in the outside world, Chen Zong didn't care about it for now. After adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak, Chen Zong began to open his heaven's apex and earth's abyss meridian, absorbing a trace of heaven and earth's spiritual chi into his body. The feeling of absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual chi was completely different from absorbing the spiritual chi of substandard spirit sources. Although absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual chi was more taxing, it was more enjoyable. Not long after, Chen Zong refined the trace of heaven and earth's spiritual chi and felt the slight improvement in his cultivation. With a faint smile, Chen Zong began to comprehend the sword art. How to create a pseudo-lingwu with the minor true meaning as the foundation could further increase his strength. First and foremost was the secret sword point. Chen Zong would continue to improve it, increasing the speed and power of his attacks, and reducing the consumption as much as possible. Once it reached the peak, Chunzong planned to truly integrate the sword's speed true meaning into it. At that time, if he could integrate two minor true meanings into it, the secret sword point would become even more powerful, and its grade would rise to the level of a pseudo-lingwu. On the Sky Curtain Mountain, a figure moved as fast as the wind and brought along a series of thunderous roars. He drew a white line across the sky and quickly climbed up the mountain until he reached the peak and looked down. Chapter 639. The Marshal Saint Sex Marshal Saint Hall was the main hall of the Marshal Saint Palace. It was the symbol of the Marshal Saint Palace. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the Marshal Saint Palace's three major factions were gathered here. Each of them had a solemn look on their faces, causing the air in the Marshal Saint Hall to freeze. "This kid deserves to die." An elder broke the silence with a cold voice. "He deserves to die, but how do we deal with him?" This was a rhetorical question. Yes, how do we deal with him? With such a heaven-defying artifact protecting him, even an Earth Spirit Realm elder couldn't do anything to him. He even seemed to have been injured because of it, let alone them. Do we need a profound Sky Realm cultivator to take action? However, the Marshal Saint Palace's old ancestor was still in seclusion. In order to break through to a higher realm, he hadn't come out yet. Firstly, he couldn't be disturbed rashly. Secondly, if the old ancestor were to take action because of this, it would only show their incompetence. The third point was something that no one was willing to think about. That was, even if the ancestor made a move, what if it failed? An extreme mortal realm cultivator couldn't do anything to Chunzong, and an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Then, would a profound Sky Realm cultivator be able to deal with Chunzong? Everyone frowned as they pondered over this. Although the competition between the three major factions was very serious, they would still unite in the face of a major event that concerned the reputation of the Marshal Saint Palace. No matter what, they had to think of a way to get rid of Chunzong. Only then could they restore the Marshal Saint Palace's lost reputation. A transcendent can't do anything to Chunzong. We have to use a pseudo-transcendent to deal with him. Based on Chunzong's battle prowess, only a powerful master stage expert can deal with him. Tianfeng is back. The Marshal Saint Palace master suddenly said. Mu Tianfeng is back. What's his strength now? Everyone was startled at first, then asked one after another. If it was any other time, they would be very happy and express their concern. However, at this moment, they were more concerned about Mu Tianfeng's strength. They were prepared to use a Grandmaster to deal with Chunzong, and Mu Tianfeng happened to be a Grandmaster. He's still on his way back. We'll know when he returns, said the Sacred Martial Palace Master. 3 years ago, when Mu Tianfeng left, he was already able to fight against an ordinary middle 9-star warrior with the battle strength of an early 9-star warrior. Now that he has returned after 3 years of training, his battle strength must have improved significantly. A Palace Master's Extreme Mortal Stage Elder said with a smile. Mu Tianfeng was the direct disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace Master. He was also ranked first on the Heaven Ascension ranking in the Ascending Heaven region. 3 years ago, Mu Tianfeng had the combat power of an early stage 9-star, but he could contend with other mid-stage 9-star with his own strength. Now that 3 years had passed, he had made some progress, but he didn't know how much he had improved. But with Mu Tianfeng's talent and potential, the improvement would be obvious. It was common knowledge that the later stages of cultivation would become more difficult. Therefore, there were still some Master Realm experts in the Marshal Saint Palace. However, most of them were at the early stage of the 9th-star realm, followed by the middle stage of the 9th-star realm, and then the late stage of the 9th-star realm. As for the peak 9th-star realm, there were only 2 of them in the entire Marshal Saint Palace. Currently, there were no Ninth Star Realm experts. The Ninth Star Realm was not necessarily related to breaking through to the Transcendent Realm. Simply put, to break through to the Transcendent Realm, one had to open one's aperture and comprehend a complete true meaning. The minor true meaning was only a component of a true meaning. In order to break through to the Transcendent Realm faster, some pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would only focus on comprehending the minor true meaning of a single true meaning, striving to fully comprehend it and combine it into a true meaning in order to break through to the Transcendent Realm. There were also pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators who would choose to comprehend the minor true meaning as much as possible before comprehending the true meaning to break through to the Transcendent Realm. Doing so meant that it would take longer and more effort, but it also had a greater benefit, which was that after breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, one would become more outstanding. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of consolidation. The level of the Master Stage was a sign of stability. In the Grandmaster realm, the higher one's combat power was, the more astonishing their consolidation would be, and after breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, they would become even stronger. However, not all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators had the potential to consolidate their strength, nor did all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators have the desire to do so. The transformation of one's life essence and the leap in strength of a transcendent realm cultivator was extremely attractive to anyone. On top of that, sometimes a breakthrough required an opportunity, and if one didn't seize the opportunity, who knew when the next one would come? The scarcity of temptation and opportunity led many grandmasters to choose to break through. A few days later, Mu Tianfeng set foot on St. Martial Mountain. Ha 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 ha, I'm back. Mu Tianfeng's laughter rumbled like thunder, resounding throughout St. Martial Mountain. Tianfeng, Su Lai Main Hall. A magnificent and overbearing voice rang out, causing the laughing Mu Tianfeng to be startled. Immediately rubbing his nose, Mu Tianfeng's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning towards St. Martial Mountain's main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, Mu Tianfeng was surprised because there were many more people inside. Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Tianfeng, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Not everyone could withstand the stares of so many transcendent realm masters, especially the sharp gazes of so many transcendent realm masters, as if they wanted to see through him. Mu Tianfeng suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Tianfeng, how strong are you now? St. Martial Palace's palace master asked directly. I should be at the peak of 9-star, Mu Tianfeng said after thinking for a while. Palace master, we can't be careless about this matter. This elder suggests that we let the peak 9-star grandmaster fight Mu Tianfeng, an elder suggested. Good. The palace master agreed immediately. Tianfeng, bring out your full strength. This matter concerns the prestige of St. Martial Palace. There were 2 peak 9-star grandmasters in St. Martial Palace. They were usually in secluded cultivation, trying to find an opportunity to break through to the Transcendent Realm. With their accumulation, once they broke through to the Transcendent Realm, their cultivation would increase rapidly for a period of time, far surpassing ordinary extreme mortal realm masters. This peak 9-star grandmaster looked very old, but his old age was just his expression. Once he broke through to the Transcendent Realm, he would immediately transform and become younger. Without saying much, he attacked directly. Good, Mu Tianfeng said excitedly. With a shake of his arms, a gust of wind whistled and lightning burst out. A fierce battle unfolded. Facing a peak 9-star grandmaster, Mu Tianfeng also used his full strength and attacked to his heart's content. After half a quarter of an hour, the two sides were evenly matched, but Mu Tianfeng seemed to be getting more and more excited and stronger as he fought, gradually suppressing his opponent. After a quarter of an hour, the old man was already at a disadvantage. That's enough, St. Martial Palace's palace master said. The outcome was clear. Mu Tianfeng was indeed stronger than his opponent. Tianfeng, this is the situation, Saint Martial Palace's palace master explained what happened. Don't worry, master. I will definitely make him kneel and repent. Mu Tianfeng's face was full of anger. His eyes were cold, as if there was a storm raging in them. A mere disciple who was expelled by a small sect from the outer realm dared to provoke Saint Martial Palace. This was intolerable. Mu Tianfeng was a disciple of Saint Martial Palace, a direct disciple of Saint Martial Palace's palace master. He was vaguely called Young Palace Master, and had long regarded Saint Martial Palace as his home. He couldn't tolerate someone who dared to provoke Saint Martial Palace and kill so many of their disciples. At a secluded hill, a figure was rapidly approaching. He then stopped and scanned the area with his sharp eyes, searching carefully. A moment later, he found a trace and directly attacked. Amidst the whistling sounds, a gale roared and bombarded the hidden cave entrance, directly breaking it. Then, a gale blew into the cave through the passage. Chernzong, who was cultivating in seclusion, sensed the gale the moment the cave entrance was destroyed. Fortunately, he wasn't absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi, but comprehending minor true intent and sword arts, so he didn't receive any obvious disturbance. The gale's power was astonishing. It was compressed into the cave's passage, causing a series of terrifying rumbles. It seemed as if the cave was going to collapse, and Chernzong was going to be torn to shreds. However, the moment the gale approached Chernzong, the sky tower's shadow appeared, and the gale disappeared without a trace. Without any hesitation, Chernzong immediately rushed out of the cave. Otherwise, he would be buried alive. Although nothing serious would happen to him, it would still be troublesome. As soon as he appeared outside the cave, Chernzong's gaze locked onto the figure. Extreme Mortal Realm. This person was an elder of Saint Martial Palace. Although Chernzong's whereabouts were well hidden, the Saint Martial Palace still managed to find him after a thorough investigation. Therefore, this Extreme Mortal Realm elder had rushed over. Saint Martial Palace, show me what you've got. Chernzong stared at the elder and said unhurriedly, "Catch." The Extreme Mortal Realm elder only said 2 words. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to control his anger, but he couldn't do anything to Chernzong. Therefore, he directly threw out a scarlet post that looked like it was dripping blood. The post flew towards Chernzong at extreme speed, but Chernzong flicked it with his finger. With a subtle control of his power, the post stopped in front of him and automatically flipped open. With a single glance, Chernzong finished reading the contents of the post. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The content of the post was a challenge. The Saint Martial Palace would send out a Master Realm expert to have a life and death battle with him. This battle would be the end of the grudge between the two sides. The location of the battle was also very interesting. It was the Life and Death Arena in Ascension City. A life and death battle in Ascension City's Life and Death Arena would undoubtedly be fairer. At least, Chernzong wouldn't think that the Saint Martial Palace had made all kinds of arrangements to kill him in one go. In fact, if the location of the life and death battle wasn't in Ascension City, Chernzong would hesitate. After all, the Saint Martial Palace might make all kinds of arrangements to deal with him in the name of a battle. However, if it was in Ascension City, it would undoubtedly be safer. A Master Realm life and death battle? Chernzong held the post and pondered. As for the Saint Martial Palace elder, he had already run away without a trace. If that's the case, then let's end this grudge. Chernzong muttered to himself. This was a stage where one could advance by leaps and bounds. Chernzong also wanted to cultivate properly and transform his active potential into strength. He would settle the grudge that needed to be settled first. Chapter 640. The morning sun rose on the other side of the mountain, radiating light and heat as it illuminated the land. On the sun-covered land, Many figures were running in the same direction. The life and death duel between Mu Tianfeng and Chen Zong is not to be missed. I didn't expect that the first thing Mu Tianfeng did after returning would be a life and death duel. Mu Tianfeng was already a grandmaster a few years ago and ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. I wonder how much his strength has improved in the past few years? A proud son of heaven like him is improving every day. After 3 years, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. He must have become even more powerful. These people rushed to Heaven Ascension City to watch the life and death duel between Mu Tianfeng and Chen Zong. Who was Mu Tianfeng? He was the strongest disciple of Sacred Martial Palace, one of the 2 high-rank sects in Heaven Ascension region. He was the direct disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace Master and ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. He could be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Heaven Ascension region. Who was Chen Zong? He won 100 consecutive victories in 100 Battles City's 100 Battles Arena, killed Xiahou Zhen in Heaven Ascension City's Life and Death Arena, and reached the 10th level of Heaven Ascension Tower. There were even rumors that Chen Zong entered the Chaos Heaven Cave Abode and obtained the inheritance. He then killed Xiaoba, Nan Mingshan, and Xian Wuxing. He even had a heaven-defying artifact to protect himself in front of the Chaos Heaven Cave Abode. Even a transcendent could not do anything to him. So, what would be the outcome of the life and death duel between the two? While everyone was guessing, they were also looking forward to it. This would probably be the peak duel of the younger generation. Heaven Ascension City was also bustling with noise and excitement. The bets are open. Bet on Mu Tianfeng to win 1-1. 2. Bet on Chen Zong to win 1-1. 5. Shouts could be heard everywhere. Someone was betting on the outcome of the duel. Brother Lin, who are you going to bet on? I'm going to bet on Chen Zong. I can get more if I win. I'll tell you secretly. Don't tell anyone. The person called Brother Lin first looked around vigilantly before transmitting his voice. I'm going to bet on Mu Tianfeng. Although the ratio is lower, it's still a profit. Why? According to the reliable information I received secretly, Mu Tianfeng's strength has already reached the peak of the 9-star level, or even a little stronger. This person transmitted his voice again and said methodically, Mu Tianfeng is the strongest disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace. They have high hopes for this battle, so the Sacred Martial Palace will definitely do everything they can to increase Mu Tianfeng's strength and means. But that Chen Zong is also very powerful. I heard that even transcendents can't do anything to him. As far as I know, Chen Zong's heaven-defying artifact came from the Heaven Ascension Tower and can resist the power of a transcendent, but it's useless against cultivators below the transcendent realm. This person wore a look of complete disdain, as if everything was under his control, a smug grin filling his face as he declared, that Chen Zong has an ordinary background, completely incomparable to Mu Tianfeng. Moreover, he has only broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm not long ago, far less than Mu Tianfeng. After a round of analysis, it was reasonable and well-founded. Fortunately, I listened to Brother Lin's words, otherwise my spirit shells would have been wasted. I'll also bet on Mu Tianfeng. Unintentionally, all kinds of conclusive gossip surged like an undercurrent, and many people bet on Mu Tianfeng's victory. Although the ratio was low, it was a safe bet. Of course, there were also people who bet on Chen Zong's victory, taking the risk and earning more. There were also people who bet on both Mu Tianfeng and Chen Zong's victory, hoping that one side would gain something. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, Chen Zong stepped into Heaven Ascension City. Along the way, Chen Zong could hear a lot of discussions about his battle with Mu Tianfeng, as well as the bets on the outcome of the battle. 1 to 1.2, 1 to 1.5. Chen Zong heard this and a playful smile appeared on his face. The time for the life or death duel had not yet arrived, so Chen Zong walked in the direction of the banker's house. Several groups of people were lined up in front of the banker's table, all ready to place their bet. After a while, it was Chen Zong's turn. The amount I want to bet is relatively large. If I win, you won't go back on your word, right? Chen Zong asked. This banker is run by the Marshal Saint Palace, and the Ascension City Lord's mansion is impartial. You can bet as much as you want. Our Marshal Saint Palace will not ruin our reputation for your little money. The person in charge of registration frowned and said with a displeased expression, Little friend, you can rest assured. An old man from the City Lord's mansion sitting on the side said with a smile. He was present as an impartial person to ensure that there would be no fraud. So the banker is run by the Marshal Saint Palace, then I can rest assured. Chen Zong smiled. I'll bet on Chen Zong's victory. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Chen Zong made up his mind to make a fortune. In a 1-1-5 ratio, if he won, not only would he be able to take out 4,000 substandard spirit sources, he would also be able to get 2,000 substandard spirit sources. It was a considerable amount of wealth. Although there weren't many people who bet on Chen Zong's victory, it wasn't a big deal. However, 4,000 substandard spirit sources was definitely the highest bet so far, and it was much more than the other bet. Not only were the bankers shocked, but the surrounding people were also shocked. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. What a shocking amount of wealth. Did you say something wrong? One of the bankers couldn't help but ask. That's right. I'll bet on Chen Zong's victory. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Chen Zong smiled and took out a mustard seed bag. Inside it were 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Little friend, you can't be careless about this matter. The old man in charge of fairness from the City Lord's mansion advised after being shocked. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, it was too shocking. You're Chen Zong. Suddenly, one of the banker's expressions changed as he recognized Chen Zong's identity. It was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chen Zong. Where is Chen Zong? Is Chen Zong here? Many gazes fell on Chen Zong's face. They were surprised and doubtful, as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong didn't seem to notice anything. With a calm expression, he took out a mustard seed bag that he had prepared and placed it on the table. I'm Chen Zong. I bet on myself to win. Do you dare to accept? His tone was calm, but there was a trace of indescribable dominance in his tone. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we accept a gift that's delivered to our doorstep? The people from the Marshal Saint Palace immediately reacted and laughed. Under such circumstances, of course they had to accept the bet. Otherwise, people would think that the Marshal Saint Palace was afraid of Chen Zong. One of the reasons why the Marshal Saint Palace was the banker was to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. It was also to strengthen their own reputation and support Mu Tianfeng. If they didn't accept the bet, then all their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, they had full confidence in Mu Tianfeng. They believed that Mu Tianfeng would win, and Chen Zong would lose for sure. A bet from a person who was bound to lose was no different from giving it away for free. Naturally, the more the better. Soon, the bankers from the Marshal Saint Palace accepted Chen Zong's 4,000 substandard spirit sources and issued a certificate. It was a wooden tablet with the bets, ratio, amount, and so on engraved on it. It was also stamped with the seal of the Ascension City Lord's mansion. If you win, then take this wooden tablet and come back to take away your substandard spirit sources. But I don't think you'll have that chance. A person from the banker's side laughed. He seemed to be joking, but it was actually a form of mockery. Get ready. Don't embarrass yourself when you have to raise the money. Chen Zong said unhurriedly. He put away the wooden tablet and turned to leave. The life and death battle with Mu Tianfeng was set for tomorrow. There was still 1 day left. Chernzong naturally wouldn't waste time. He went to the restaurant and had a good meal. In the restaurant, Chernzong could feel many gazes sizing him up. Some were curious, some were probing, some were mocking, and so on. There were all kinds of discussions. Although the voices were very low, Chernzong could still hear them. Almost all of them were talking about him. It could be said that he was the center of attention during this period of time. Who knew how many times his name would be mentioned? This kind of phenomenon didn't cause the slightest disturbance to Chernzong. He ate delicious dishes and drank delicious wine. After eating to his heart's content, Chernzong got up and left for the safest inn. Chernzong sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Then, he opened his heaven apex meridian and earth abyss meridian and absorbed a trace of spiritual energy into his body. He then closed the 2 aperture meridian and focused on refining that trace of spiritual energy. Seizing the time to cultivate was not because of Mu Tianfeng, but because of Chernzong's habit. As long as there was time, he would not forget to use it to improve himself as much as possible. Chernzong would pay attention to the battle with Mu Tianfeng, but not too much. However, perhaps Mu Tianfeng was his strongest opponent so far. As for the transcendent realm, the gap between them was too great. Facing a transcendent, Chernzong could only rely on the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, unable to launch an effective counterattack. Not long after, Chernzong refined and absorbed the trace of world energy and his cultivation improved a little. Next, he began to comprehend his sword art. Comprehending and mastering Little Lingwu was one thing, but unearthing the full potential of Little Lingwu was another. The way to unearth the potential of Little Lingwu was to cultivate fake Lingwu. The best method was to create fake Lingwu. The second method was to cultivate the fake Lingwu left behind by predecessors. To reach the transcendent realm, comprehending various little true meanings and combining them into a complete true meaning was necessary, but the process was difficult. Only by fully unearthing the potential of each little true meaning would it be easier to find opportunities. However, just like comprehending and mastering little true meanings, unearthing the potential of little true meanings required a lot of time and energy. Time flew by, and the night passed while Chernzong was cultivating. At dawn, many people in Heaven Ascension City rushed to the life or death arena in order to get a better view of the battle on the life or death arena. This kind of battle between powerful grandmasters was very rare to see. On one hand, it was lively and exciting, and on the other hand, it was also a kind of inspiration. Chernzong is here. Where? As the voice sounded, many people looked over and saw Chernzong walking over from the distance. His steps were calm, his expression calm, and his eyes clear, as if he was not here for a life or death battle, but to watch the battle. This attitude surprised many people, and at the same time, made them admire him. This kind of state of mind was extraordinary. Of course, there were also some people who were unhappy. For no reason, they just didn't like him. He looks very confident. Humph, even if he isn't, he still has to act like he is. Chapter 641. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. On the life and death ring, the momentum was sharp and fierce. Love go little Sag. W. Chuchen Zong displayed his crisscrossing sword technique. His 2 swords were sharp and continuous, as if 2 masters of swordsmanship were cooperating with each other tacitly, constantly attacking from the left and right. Occasionally, they would exchange a move, which was extremely mysterious. Mu Tianfeng's combat strength was amazing. Every move he made was accompanied by a strong roar of wind and lightning. Relatively speaking, Mu Tianfeng had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm at least 4 years longer than Chernzong. For ordinary cultivators, 4 years might not be enough to make significant progress, but for real geniuses, even 1 year was enough to make significant progress. 4 years brought about a gap in means. Compared to Chunzong, Mu Tianfeng's fighting methods were more varied. His 2 fists punched out, and lightning flashed through the air, which then turned into a palm and slapped out fiercely, creating a whirlwind that swept out like a whirlpool. Then, his legs kicked out continuously, each kick carrying a terrifying power, mercilessly as if it wanted to shatter the void. Terrifying storms and lightning raged on the life and death ring, emitting an aura that made everyone feel horrified. Immediately after Mu Tianfeng launched an offensive, he opened his mouth, and lightning arcs condensed in it. There was also the sound of wind whistling, as if it was not a mouth, but the eye of a storm. Roar. The roar of thunder turned into a terrible shock wave, tearing the sky apart and smashing towards Chunzong with a force that could shatter mountains. Unable to dodge, Chunzong raised his sword to meet it. With a boom, an incomparably terrifying force slammed into the body of the sword, and then through the body of the sword, it ruthlessly slammed into Chunzong's arms and body. The astonishing force seemed to want to crush Chunzong's body, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Only after retreating to the edge of the life and death arena did Chunzong manage to disperse the force. He felt his arms go numb, and the 2 swords trembled incessantly, emitting a high-frequency buzzing sound that made one's teeth ache. Countless ripples spread out from the edges of the 2 swords, layer by layer. Mu Tianfeng was well versed in this art. With a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of Chunzong and attacked again. A light appeared under his feet, and the light was directly shattered by the terrible power, but Chunzong's body appeared in another place, and the sword light slashed through the air. Mu Tianfeng's body was shattered, and between the countless lightning bolts, each with an amazing force, rushed towards Chunzong from all directions. The lightning bolts were defeated by Chunzong's sword, but Mu Tianfeng's figure suddenly flashed behind Chunzong. His hands clenched like giant hammers and smashed fiercely. Like a thunder hammer that could shatter the earth, it smashed towards Chunzong's head. If it hit, Chunzong's head might be smashed. However, Chunzong would not be hit. The terrible power bombarded the life and death ring, and the shocking thunder waves surged, covering the life and death ring and spreading outside. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had been fighting fiercely for a while, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In terms of cultivation, Chunzong was obviously not as good as Mu Tianfeng, but Chunzong's martial arts realm was much higher than Mu Tianfeng's. Both sides had their advantages. Mu Tianfeng's body shook, and countless lightning bolts burst out, condensing into a huge thunderball, and fiercely smashed towards Chunzong. Soon after, the huge ball of lightning split apart midway, turning into numerous balls of lightning the size of a human head. There were over 100 of them, and they blasted towards Chunzong from all directions without any blind spots. However, this move was only a move that Mu Tianfeng used to fight for a sliver of opportunity. Wind with me, thunder with me, wind and thunder together. The majestic sound was like the howling of the wind and the raging of thunder. To the left of Mu Tianfeng, the wind blew, while to the right, thunder roared. As Mu Tianfeng waved his arms, the wind and thunder poured into his body. It was as if Mu Tianfeng's body was the battlefield, constantly attacking. Mu Tianfeng's expression kept changing, as if he was enjoying it, and also as if he was enduring great pain. In the blink of an eye, the wind and thunder poured into Mu Tianfeng's body. The wind and thunder intertwined, emitting a dazzling light. Then, a sun of wind and thunder condensed behind Mu Tianfeng's back. I have to admit, Chunzong, you are indeed very strong. You are worthy of being my opponent, but everything ends here. As the sun of wind and thunder condensed behind him, Mu Tianfeng's aura became even more tyrannical and shocking. This wind and thunder glory was a secret technique, and it belonged to the upper-rank pseudo-Lingwu realm. It was not owned by the martial Saint Palace, but Mu Tianfeng had obtained it when he went to the outer realm. It was very compatible with him, and once he used it, his battle strength would increase again, reaching the shocking peak of the 9-star realm. So strong! What secret technique is that? It's so strong. It's not weaker than the martial Saint Palace's Thunder King transformation. Mu Tianfeng jumped up and opened his arms, and a terrifying aura covered the sky. The sun of wind and thunder behind him slowly rotated, as if it could crush everything, and rays of light mixed with wind and thunder shot through the air. The combination of the swiftness of the wind and the violence of the thunder was brought to the extreme. Chen Zong's expression turned solemn. He swung his sword, but found that he could not keep up with the speed of his sword, so he immediately used the sword's speed true meaning. Chen Zong's mental strength was already very strong, and after cultivating the spirit refinement art, it had reached an astonishing level. Now that he had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm and experienced another transformation, he had become even stronger. He now had the capital to use the minor true meaning over 100 times in a row. With the improvement of his cultivation, his mental strength had also increased. As long as he maintained a good rhythm, he could use the minor true meaning over 100 times in a row without exhausting too much mental strength. Under the sword speed true meaning, Chen Zong's sword speed increased by 50%. The sword in Chen Zong's arms could not be seen at all. Only 2 rays of light seemed to condense in the air, and did not dissipate for a long time. The rays of light condensed by the wind and thunder were shattered one after another. A strange light flashed in Mu Tianfeng's eyes, but his eyes were filled with wind and thunder, so it was difficult to notice. Glory of wind and thunder! 9 revolutions of wind and thunder! With a twist of his arms, the wind and thunder great sun behind him instantly sped up. Every time it spun, it would expand a little. After 9 spins, it had expanded to a size of 10 meters. It let out a roar that could crush everything. A dragon formed by wind and thunder suddenly rushed out from the expanding wind and thunder great Sunday. The glory of wind and thunder was actually better than the Thunder King transformation because it also contained a powerful offensive secret technique. After the 9 revolutions in the air, the wind and thunder dragon's power reached its peak. It descended from the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws with extreme murderous intent and destructive power, viciously attacking Chen Zong. With a rumble, the sky seemed to collapse along with the wind and thunder dragon, falling down. The terrifying pressure made Chen Zong's body feel heavy, as if he was about to be crushed. Heaven and earth! The cross-shaped sword light broke through the sky, as if it was cutting the sky open, and divided into 4 parts to attack the wind and thunder dragon. Then, under the activation of the sword speed true meaning, sword after sword broke through the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights pierced through the sky. Hundreds of sword lights pierced the wind and thunder dragon, shattering one sword after another, but breaking the wind and thunder dragon inch by inch. Heaven and earth! Another cross-shaped sword light broke out, directly shattering the remaining wind and thunder dragon. With the wind and thunder seal broken, Chen Zong's power instantly increased. His figure flashed, and an illusory light swept out, appearing in front of Mu Tianfeng. The heavenly sun sword pierced through the sky. The power penetrated the sword body and reached the tip of the sword. A speck of starlight condensed on the tip of the sword. Within that speck of starlight, there seemed to be countless broken cracks. The cracks were not static, but constantly moving, as if they were tearing everything apart. The sharpness of this sword seemed to pierce through Mu Tianfeng's eyes, destroying the wind and thunder in his eyes. Secret Sword Point Star. This secret sword had been improved by Chen Zong time and time again, becoming more and more powerful. Now, he could use it with ease. Mu Tianfeng was unable to react in time. Just as the terrifying sword tip was about to pierce through Mu Tianfeng, a burst of light flickered, wrapping Mu Tianfeng up. The secret sword point star pierced through the protective layer around Mu Tianfeng's body. Inside that speck of starlight, the constantly splitting power acted on the protective layer, trying to tear it apart. The protective layer was a defensive artifact's power, so it constantly resisted. Mu Tianfeng reacted in time. His arms shook and the wind and thunder roared, fiercely attacking Chen Zong. Mu Tianfeng withdrew his sword and shattered the wind and thunder. His 10 fingers flicked, and the wind and thunder power condensed into a wind and thunder seal, smashing towards Chen Zong. The air below collapsed, and the life and death stage collapsed into a violent wind. Slash, slash, slash. Chen Zong slashed out with both swords, and the void sword energy poured out. The terrifying power bombarded the wind and thunder seal, leaving sword marks. Each of Chen Zong's sword strikes was extremely powerful. With hundreds of sword strikes in an instant, coupled with his high cultivation base, he could better capture the weak points of the wind and thunder seal. Slash. Sword lights flew towards Mu Tianfeng in succession. Mu Tianfeng's body was protected by a defensive artifact, but it couldn't resist all of them. Chen Zong performed the Phantom Light 9 steps while performing the crisscross sword art. With a cracking sound, the defensive artifact's defensive power was broken in an instant. Sword intent. This was a rare opportunity. Chen Zong wouldn't let it go. A sword light flashed between his eyebrows, and an illusory sword shadow shot out. Unable to dodge, it went through the wind and thunder power and entered between Mu Tianfeng's eyebrows. Mu Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if his head was split open by a sharp sword, and the pain went deep into his soul. The soul was mysterious, unpredictable, and hard to reach. The spirit and the soul were closely related. Concentrating and mobilizing the body's power required the participation of the spirit. Even if it was an instinct that had been tempered thousands of times, without the spirit to rely on, it would be greatly reduced. Aurora Sword Style. Die. With a low shout, the sword speed true intent was activated, and the sword speed increased to the extreme. The fastest sword attack was launched, and it also carried the horror of the half-step sword aura, like an aurora that streaked across the sky. It suppressed Mu Tianfeng's whole body, and under the attack on his mind, Mu Tianfeng didn't have any ability to dodge or resist. A sword strike arrived. Outside the life and death stage, the sacred martial palace people's expressions changed. 2 extreme mortal realm warriors were about to attack, but they were locked down by the ascending Sky City warriors, and didn't dare to move. This was a life and death battle, and no interference was allowed. Chapter 642. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mu Tianfeng. Chen Zong, you deserve to die. No, how could this be? The faces of the Martial Saint Palace's disciples changed drastically. They were shocked to the extreme, as if they had lost their parents. Those who bet on Mu Tianfeng were the same, their faces filled with grief. He actually won. Unbelievable! Those who bet on Chen Zong were in a daze, mumbling to themselves. Soon after, smiles appeared on their faces, and they were extremely excited. In the air above the life and death ring, Chen Zong's sword was pulled out from between Mu Tianfeng's eyebrows. This meant that Mu Tianfeng was killed by Chen Zong. For the Martial Saint Palace, the loss was extremely heavy, because Mu Tianfeng was the number 1 disciple of the Martial Saint Palace, and also the number 1 of the younger generation in the Ascending Heaven region. Mu Tianfeng's body was in the air, but strangely, he didn't fall down. However, his vitality was quickly fading away as Chen Zong pulled out his sword. A sudden change occurred. Mu Tianfeng's body trembled slightly, as if a strange force had emerged from the deepest part of his body. That force instantly engulfed Mu Tianfeng's body, turning into a scarlet light that swallowed him whole. With a sweep, he flew out of the life and death ring and landed in the Marshal St. Palace's camp. The scarlet light disappeared and Mu Tianfeng reappeared. The wound between his eyebrows disappeared, and his vitality reappeared. He came back to life. Everyone was shocked. They clearly saw Chen Zong's sword pierce through Mu Tianfeng's head, killing him. Mu Tianfeng was already dead, but now he came back to life and appeared in front of everyone. Unbelievable! Chen Zong frowned slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Marshal St. Palace's Mu Tianfeng and Chen Zong had a life and death battle. Mu Tianfeng used a special secret treasure to escape from the life and death ring. Chen Zong wins this battle. A majestic voice rang out, as if it came from all directions, drilling into everyone's ears. This was the voice of the Ascending Heaven City's expert, the final announcement. Love Go Little Say, Network. The rules were also the same. Mu Tianfeng should have died, but he survived because he had a substitute artifact or something like that, but he had also left the life and death arena on his own, and no outsider had interfered. Below the life and death arena, in the Marshal St. Palace's camp, Mu Tianfeng's face was pale. His heart was palpitating with fear. The feeling of death was too horrible, too horrifying. The moment Chen Zong's sword pierced through his glabella, his consciousness seemed to shatter and sink into a bottomless abyss. Only darkness and silence accompanied him as he sank into eternal oblivion. Fortunately, the sacred Marshal Palace had given him the death substitution artifact that they had kept for a long time, just in case. He didn't expect it to come in handy. After experiencing death, Mu Tianfeng's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. It was Chen Zong who made him experience that kind of terrifying feeling. Just a little bit more and he would have died. Chen Zong's eyes moved away from Mu Tianfeng. He had killed his opponent once, but he hadn't really killed him. Regardless, he had won. Sacred Marshal Palace, this battle was initiated by you in order to resolve the grievances between you and me. I accept. Now that this battle is over, our grievances will also end. Chen Zong said loudly. Of course, if you don't agree, feel free to use whatever means you have. I will fight back with all my strength. Although I can't kill your transcendence, I don't think anyone below the transcendent realm can block my sword. Hearing Chen Zong's words, the sacred Marshal Palace's side was naturally shocked and angry, but at the same time, they were also very wary. Just as Chen Zong said, besides the transcendence, there was no one in the sacred Marshal Palace who could resist Chen Zong, because even Mu Tianfeng was not his opponent. Since the transcendence couldn't do anything to Chen Zong could easily target those below the transcendence of the sacred Marshal Palace and slowly kill them. This situation would undoubtedly cause the sacred Marshal Palace to panic at the slightest sound and greatly damage their reputation. At that time, if the 10,000 Heaven sect added fuel to the fire, the sacred Marshal Palace's situation would become even worse. After weighing the pros and cons, it was naturally better to end their grievances with Chen Zong. As far as I know, Sacred Marshal Palace's Grand Elder Hong Wu's knowledge has been damaged, so he won't be able to exert much of his strength, Chen Zong suddenly said. Love Go Xiao Sei W. Chu. The faces of those from the Sacred Marshal Palace changed again, while those from the other great forces, especially those from the 10,000 Heaven sect, were startled and immediately rejoiced. Since Grand Elder Hong Wu was injured, the Sacred Marshal Palace naturally had to block the news and prevent it from leaking out. The Yang family and the others in Sky Vale City had already been warned and didn't dare to spread the news, but now that Chen Zong had leaked it, it was enough to put the Sacred Marshal Palace in a very bad situation. Next, the 10,000 Heaven sect would definitely take this opportunity to probe the Sacred Marshal Palace. If they confirmed the truth, the sacred martial palace would be in deep trouble. After Chernzong left the life and death arena, he went to the sacred martial palace's residence and took the substandard spirit sources with his wooden token. The capital and the winning percentage came to a total of 6,000 substandard spirit sources. The sacred martial palace didn't dare to refuse, as the ascending Heaven City Lord's mansion acted as the judge. If they refused, it would be a slap to the City Lord's mansion's face, and the consequences would be very serious. Moreover, even if he didn't fear the City Lord's mansion, Chernzong could still attack those below the transcendence of the sacred martial palace, and the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, the sacred martial palace could only obediently hand over the 6,000 substandard spirit sources to Chernzong, feeling extremely sullen. Under the sullen gazes of the sacred martial palace and the envious gazes of the others, Chernzong pocketed the 6,000 substandard spirit sources, and his accumulation of wealth had obviously increased by a lot. Congratulations, Brother Chern, for defeating another powerful enemy. The familiar and gentle voice rang out again and entered Chernzong's ears. Brother Qing Chen, you must be joking. Chernzong smiled and immediately bowed to the gray-robed old man who followed Qing Chen. Chernzong greets Senior. When we first met back then, you were just a little martial artist in the Qi refining realm. Now, it has only been a few years, and Brother Chern has already reached this level. You can be considered the top among the grandmasters. Qing Chen smiled. Young master, with little friend Chernzong's talent, even in the Blue Waves continent, he is at the top level. Moreover, I feel that little friend Chernzong still has potential to be unearthed. Perhaps he has a chance to take that step. The gray-robed old man said with a smile. Blue Waves continent. Chernzong keenly caught a word in the gray-robed old man's words. It was a word he had never heard before. Yes, Blue Waves continent. Qing Chen said with a smile. Brother Chen, please come with me. Let me dispel your doubts. After speaking, the three of them quickly arrived at a quiet garden. There were already good wine and delicious food on the table. The three of them sat around the table. Brother Chen, the world we are in is called Blue Waves World. Qing Chen slowly said. Chernzong felt that perhaps a new world would appear in front of him with Qing Chen's words. According to the statistics of senior experts, 70% of Blue Waves World is sea and 30% is land. Blue Waves continent is the central continent of Blue Waves World. Its territory is vast, no less than 20% of the entire Blue Waves World. In addition to Blue Waves continent, there are many islands scattered on 70% of the sea. They are as numerous as the stars in the sky. These islands are big and small. The land we are standing on now is one of the many islands. It is a relatively large island. After speaking, Qing Chen paused to give Chernzong time to digest. Chernzong was also extremely shocked. According to Qing Chen, this Longtu region, Dengtian region, and another region, such a vast territory, was actually just an island. All of a sudden, Chernzong's worldview seemed to have been turned upside down. Even if it was relatively large, it was still one of the many islands. Brother Qing Chen, may I ask how large is Blue Waves continent? Chernzong thought for a moment and asked. I also don't know. Qing Chen smiled and replied, I only know that it is very large. It is more than 100 times larger than the island we are standing on. Moreover, the world energy on Blue Waves continent is richer and the resources are more abundant. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivation is much easier than here. Intuitively speaking, the difficulty of breaking through to the transcendent realm on Blue Waves continent is even lower, almost 1/10. Qing Chen's words once again shocked Chernzong. This meant that it was easier for cultivators on Blue Waves continent to break through bottlenecks and reach the transcendent realm. The probability was at least 10 times higher than here. At the same time, it also meant many other things. To put it simply, Blue Wave's continent was like heaven for cultivators. For cultivators, Blue Wave's continent is undoubtedly the best place to go, but at the same time, it is also not the best place to go. Qing Chun smiled and said, because Blue Wave's continent is vast, the cultivation environment is better, and the resources are abundant. However, because there are many cultivators and the forces are intricate, the competition is fierce, and even the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Chen Zong nodded. Everything had advantages and disadvantages, and between the advantages and disadvantages depended on how people chose. Rich resources and many cultivators meant fierce competition. For cultivators with ordinary talent and potential and without much ambition, this was no different from hell. Because they couldn't compete, they were always in a state of suppression. In the end, if they didn't die, they would disappear into the crowd. Rather than this, it was better to stay on the island and cultivate peacefully. Perhaps one day, they could become a master on the island and command a region. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. However, for cultivators with extraordinary talent and potential and great ambition, Blue Wave's continent was the best place to go. However, cultivators on the island often waited until they broke through to the transcendent realm and gained more strength before leaving for Blue Wave's continent to gain life experience. During life experience, some people died, some left to return to the island, and a few chose to stay. They might become stronger or they might disappear into the crowd. Brother Chen, with your talent, potential, and ambition, you should go to Blue Wave's continent. Qing Chen smiled and said, in a few days, I will set off to return to my family. I wonder if Brother Chen would like to accompany me to Blue Wave's continent? If I didn't know, I wouldn't be tempted, but now that I know there is such a place, if I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste? Chen Zong smiled and said. Well said, Qing Chen smiled. Since Chen Zong had made the decision to go to Blue Wave's continent with Qing Chen, the next step was to learn more about the so-called Blue Wave's continent from Qing Chen. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. In an unfamiliar place, it was always necessary to learn more about it first, then plan better. Qing Chen was also happy to make friends with Chen Zong, so except for some secrets that he couldn't say, he explained everything in detail, as if he was presenting Blue Wave's continent one by one to Chen Zong. Chapter 643. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Unknowingly, 2 million words have passed. Unknowingly, a new volume, a new journey, let's go, billowing sea area, the most peripheral area. Love go little say, W. Chu behind them was the land of billowing sea area, and in front of them was the endless blue sea. 3 figures stood on the abandoned pier, staring ahead. These 3 people were Qing Chen, the gray-robed old man, and Chen Zong. Billowing Sea area was adjacent to Dengtian region, separated by Tianmu Mountain. On the other side, it was close to Blue Wave's Sea. Blue Wave's Sea was the largest sea area in Blue Wave's world, occupying 60% of the entire sea area. To go to Blue Wave's continent, one must cross Blue Wave's Sea. Blue Wave's continent was undoubtedly a paradise for true martial artists. It was the holy land of martial arts that Chen Zong yearned for. If there was anything on this island that he was worried about, it would be his father, his relatives, and the elder of unhindered sword sect, Yuan Lingzi. Looking at the situation when he left at that time, his father and the others should be worry-free. At least, they could live for a few more decades. The most important thing was the elder, Yuan Lingzi, who was suffering from the erosion of baleful Yin power. Although he could survive for 10 years with the help of the 9th prince, Chen Zong was also anxious to find a solution. However, in Dengtian region, he didn't find a suitable solution, nor did he hear the name of Dan King. Presumably, Dan King wasn't here. Combined with what Qing Chen said, perhaps Dan King had already gone to Blue Wave's continent. The plan now was to go to Blue Wave's continent. It was a wider world with richer resources. He believed that he could find a solution there. At that time, he could return to Longtu region. Elder Song, let's go, Qing Chen said. Okay. Elder Song replied with a smile. With a flip of his hand, an incomparably exquisite model of a small boat appeared in his palm. Chen Zong's pupils contracted. He could see that the small boat model was not taken out from a mustard seed bag. There was no mustard seed bag on Elder Song's waist, so it must be a void ring. This is the Black Shark spirit ship, Qing Chen explained to Chen Zong with a smile. He let go of his hand and raised it. The model of the small boat in his hand flew into the air and fell into the sea, growing larger with the wind. The black light expanded and then retracted. The small boat model had turned into a 10-meter-long ship. It looked like a black shark that had hollowed out its back. Brother Chen, please, Qing Chen said with a smile. Then, he leaped up and landed lightly on the black shark. Elder Song didn't make any movements. His figure flashed and appeared on the black shark as well. Then, Chen Zong lightly touched the broken planks of the abandoned dock and landed on the ship as if he was riding the wind. When the three of them landed, the black shark was still stable and did not sink at all. Under Elder Song's control, the black shark started up and slowly accelerated. After traveling over 1,000 meters, it was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Its speed was still increasing. From here, with the speed of Black Shark's ship, if there is no accident, it will take roughly 5 months to reach Blue Wave's continent. Qing Chen said with a smile, but if we encounter some special circumstances, the time might not necessarily be the same. Chen Zong nodded. The so-called special circumstances, such as a storm on the sea. If they encountered a storm on the sea, it would either take longer or shorter time, or they would encounter danger. However, a few months of time would give Chen Zong an excellent opportunity to cultivate. The Black Shark ship was 10 meters long and had a small 2-story building for resting. However, for Chen Zong and the other two, they didn't need to enter the small building under normal circumstances. They could just stay on the deck. Elder Song sat at the tail of the Black Shark ship and controlled it to travel at its fastest speed. This Black Shark ship was a low-grade spirit artifact, but its speed was several times faster than most 9th-layer Mortal Realm martial artists. Even with this speed, it would still take about 5 months to reach Blue Wave's continent. This was enough to show how far the distance from Billowing Sea region to Blue Wave's continent was. If they were traveling at the speed of a pseudo-transcendent, it would take at least 10 years to reach Blue Wave's continent. Without saying anything, Chen Zong and Qing Chen sat cross-legged on the deck and prepared to cultivate. As he absorbed the surrounding world energy, the flame-like blue lines on Qing Chen's forehead seemed to glow, just like Chen Zong's. Qing Chen was now also a pseudo-transcendent, and the two had already sparred several times. Qing Chen's combat strength was not inferior to Mu Tianfeng's in the slightest. Chen Zong even felt that Qing Chen was stronger than Mu Tianfeng. He didn't have much confidence in defeating Qing Chen. Love Go Xiaosei, W Chu the Blue Wave's sea was incomparably vast. At first glance, one simply couldn't see the end of it. One could only see a boundless deep blue sea. At this moment, the Blue Wave's sea was calm and tranquil. The Black Shark was unimpeded as it streaked across the sea, leaving behind a faint white trail that extended for several hundred meters. The Black Shark ship's speed was unparalleled, and the scenery on its left and right flashed by rapidly. Even with Chen Zong's amazing eyesight, he could only see 2 colorful streaks of light passing by. After looking at them for a long time, he even felt dizzy. Closing his eyes, everything in front of him disappeared, and the world seemed to fall silent. Breathing in and out became slow and long, and the beating of his heart also slowed. All distracting thoughts were eliminated, and his mind was clear. Then Chunzong woke up. It was a very strange feeling, as if he was in control of everything around him. Opening his Heaven Peak and Earth Abyss acupoints, he drew a trace of world energy into his body, then sealed the 2 acupoints to prevent too much world energy from entering his body and damaging it. After that trace of violent world energy entered his body, it went on a rampage, but Chunzong had long since become accustomed to it. He quickly subdued it, refined it, and absorbed it to strengthen his pseudo-spirit qi and improve his cultivation. Chunzong's cultivation was different from ordinary pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, because most pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators broke through to the peak of the 9th true martial realm, and their pseudo-spirit qi naturally followed the 9 true veins. However, Chunzong had reached the 10th true martial realm, and his true veins were his own. The great perfection stage of the foundation of the martial way allowed Chunzong's strength to be even more perfect. His true power was more than 10 times more vigorous than others. After breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, true qi transformed into pseudo-spirit qi, and its quality was improved. Its quantity was no longer limited, and could finally fill the whole body, which was 10 times more than other pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. The more vigorous the power, the more shocking the combat ability. Of course, it also meant that one had to accumulate true qi to the limit, which would take more time and energy. Not long after, Chunzong familiarly refined the trace of world energy he had absorbed and then rested. With the improvement of his cultivation, his body was also constantly nourished by the pseudo-spirit qi. Although his strength did not increase, he was more adapted to the world energy. Therefore, every day, Chunzong could now absorb the world energy into his body 4 times, twice as much as before. After a short rest, Chunzong stood up on the deck, pulled out the Heavenly Sun Sword, and faced the blue waves sea. Sword out. Under Chunzong's repeated comprehensions and improvements, Point Star's secret sword had reached its peak. The next step was to integrate other minor true meanings into it. Chunzong's idea was to integrate the true meaning of sword speed into it, increasing the speed of Point Star's secret sword. As its speed soared, its power would also become more tyrannical. In addition to improving Point Star's secret sword, Chunzong also used the true meaning of sword speed as the foundation to create a low-grade pseudo-lingwu move, which could better display the power of the true meaning of sword speed. Chunzong named that move Aurora Sword Style. Aurora Sword Style meant that the sword was as swift as the aurora. However, the current Aurora Sword Style was still in its infancy and was not perfect. It could only increase the speed of the sword by 70%. According to Chunzong's idea, the complete Aurora Sword Style should increase the speed of the sword by 2-fold. Chunzong's original sword speed was already extremely fast. If it was doubled, it would undoubtedly be very astonishing. With a move of his arm, the Heavenly Sun sword pierced through the air. The incomparably sharp sword tip pierced through the air, and the sword body turned into a dazzling stream of light. Elder Song casually watched while steering the Black Shark. With his realm and eyesight, he could easily see the profoundness of Chunzong's swordsmanship. It was precisely because of this that he was surprised. Chunzong's talent, even if placed in the Blue Waves continent where geniuses came forth in large numbers, was at the top level. He really didn't know what kind of storm Chunzong would bring after he stepped into the Blue Waves continent. Shortly after, Elder Song shook his head. Perhaps Chunzong's talent was indeed very good, comparable to the current young master, and could also be ranked at the top level in the Blue Waves continent. However, there were even more astonishing monstrous geniuses above him. They were the protagonists of this side of the world, the existences that stirred up the winds and clouds. As for the young master, with the awakening of his bloodline, his talent would also continuously increase. In the future, His achievements would far surpass Chenzong's, unless Chenzong could obtain some heaven-defying opportunity. But in any case, Chenzong's talent was very good. If he entered the Blue Waves continent, his achievements in the future would definitely be even higher. It could not be said that his name would shake the world, but it could also shake a region. Chenzong didn't know the inner thoughts of Elder Song. He was concentrating on practicing his swordsmanship. Every time he made a move, he would use the sword speed true intent. After he made a move, he would withdraw his sword and think about how to make a better move to maximize the power of the sword speed true intent. No matter what kind of martial arts it was the application of one's own strength. The more advanced the martial arts, the more thorough the application of one's own strength. The true intent was a kind of strength that belonged to one's own body, but it was more elusive, invisible, and even more difficult to use. Without enough talent, it was difficult to comprehend the minor true intent. Even if one was lucky enough to comprehend it, it would be difficult to use it to the fullest. Qing Chen also finished his practice. Seeing Chenzong practicing his swordsmanship, he didn't disturb him and continued to practice. Qing Chen's practice was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his pseudo-spiritual power and increase his cultivation. The most important thing was to cultivate the power of his bloodline. It could be said that the power of his bloodline was Qing Chen's biggest reliance. With the awakening of his bloodline, his talent would also increase, and his cultivation would also break through. As long as my bloodline awakens for the fourth time, I will be able to become an extraordinary. Qing Chen secretly said. The mystery of his bloodline was that if he could awaken it 9 times, he would be able to become an emperor. The so-called emperor was not the emperor of a dynasty, but the martial emperor. It was the peerless super-expert of the profound sky realm. However, in the current Qing family, there was no one who had awakened their bloodline 9 times. They were no longer as famous as they were in the past. Even so, I will do my best to awaken my bloodline 9 times and become an emperor. I will stand at the top of the continent. Qing Chen secretly said. His eyes emitted an incomparably shocking light. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.